Yeah, boy, I'm not awake today. Got dark circles. Yeah, we got the RimWorld theme still going. This is like the action music part. Jeez. All right, I gotta clean up the desk before we even get started because I left all the shit out here from the computer. I'm annoyed at where we left off with this thing. I feel like I need to disassemble the whole front end of it again. Ooh, that was a lot of heartburn right there. Whew. Okay, there we go. Yeah, I gotta get all this stuff out of the way. Man, I got a big headache. I think we might not go as long today. We'll see. We'll see where we get to. How much actual content I have. I don't have much to take apart today. I think we're gonna take a look at the stuff that Groovy sent in. How's everybody doing? I could put this in the rack. I just don't want all the stuff to fall out. Yeah, I think the stuff will fall out if I put this in the rack. I don't think it's ready to go there yet. Why does 3 out of 4 of the screws go in? That one doesn't. All right, let's get these to the general screw population. I don't know what's in this. I think this came with the other, came with that radiator. That thing goes in here. Gotta make a bracket for that still. One power supply screw. Why is this build full of 3 out of 4s? 3 screws go in, 1 leaves. Screw bins away. Come on. There you go. There you go. This is just the ethereal part of the RimWorld music, isn't it? Where nothing happens. Hey, at least we got this hard drive mounted. That's nice. It looks so dumpy though. It looks so dumpy. I don't know, maybe I can find something to go around that. It's also off center. It's down a little further than it should be. No, whatever. This is gonna be a build of off-center things, huh? How we doing today? How's everybody's Friday shaping up? Hey, Scampy. Long time no see. All right, plug that back in. I sat up and unplugged myself. Happens way too often. What are we taking apart today? I'm running out of stuff to take apart. Been busy? Been lurking? Hell yeah, man. Sorry, it says pineapple. Turtles eat pineapple? I guess they probably do. It's not like it's poisonous or anything. Ananas. Bananas. Anise. Anise. Anus. Does Turts eat anus? I mean ananas? Alright, that aside. Let's get into the weird part of the soundtrack. Ow! Screwdriver thing is like a bunch of pokey bits, huh? Oh no, it's getting into the normal part of the soundtrack. Here we go. All right, got a little desk space. Yeah, the images of snapping turtles. Yeah, those things mess up watermelon, don't they? I really like EVGA PSUs. I've got one Supernova 750. That, like, between myself, my friends, and my family, I think I've bought one EVGA power supply. The second one that I had was gifted to me, and then the third one was also gifted by a friend. I have a 1,000-watt power supply. I think an 850 is in this one, and then that's the 650 that my brother bought to repair a computer of his. But yeah, EVGA is good. They're good. 3Mares gifting us up to Turts. Turtle Flower, let's put them up. Yeah, everybody's talking about Gigabyte. We've all seen the video. Actually, I haven't seen the video, I've just heard about it. I actually haven't watched that video. Can't mute the coughing when I'm on the other side of the room. Wait for Turts to go into the system here. Become part of the machine. Let's fucking go, Turts. I blame Turts on this slowness. This is all his fault. There it goes. Turtle Flower going up on the board. Gifted by 3Mares. Thank you so much for the sub. I am mega super ultra tired today. I took Advil, I hydrated, I had plenty of caffeine. I'm gonna go on autopilot for most of the day today. Oh, we'll be chill. Turtle Flower up on the board, right in the middle. Your Honest Dan's games. Oops, that's the wrong focus button. I'm not allowed to phone it in. That's not what this is all about. If I was gonna phone it in, I just wouldn't stream. Turtle Flower, welcome to the board. Thank you for the gift sub, 3Mares. Foos. I expected to have more of a plan with that computer by now. Those kind of got thrown to the wayside. I thought I was going to be designing parts in Fusion to print out for that, but things got a little complicated. With that build. See if I can find the RC stuff that Groovy sent in. Where did that go? Where did that bin go? I don't know. It's under... Oh, here it is. Okay. It's not showing a grid anymore, is it? There we go. I don't feel comfortable without the grid in there. It feels like a massive void when there's no grid. Yeah, I'm making music for this game. I need you to whistle, but like down the hall. I need you to be like way down the hall. I just need you to kind of like lazily whistle. Yeah, I'll be playing the guitar, but no, listen, I need you down the hall, like way down the hall. So the PCB is coming along. I think I'm almost ready to order it, actually. I did all the visual stuff for it, which entails, oh Jesus, get out of here, all this nonsense. Right, I'm gonna get the music out of here. Just like that guy whistling is way down the hall. Boop, boop, and then I'll just get rid of start soon. Why don't we just do that? Set up, start soon. There we go. Okay. Yeah, the little PCB that I've been making for the RC car stuff, now featuring those weirdo little tiny 4-pin 1mm by 1mm FET drivers. And the FETs, it's actually hard to see. The view right now doesn't have, here, I'll add to the top placement layer. And T names, you never print out the names. Oh, there's gritty stuff all over my mouse area. Ugh, gross. I hate it when there's grit under the mouse. Values, you never do. Names, we can take a look at. They're not really going to be that useful. It's just the outlines that we want. The origins are just the points that you grab them by. Test, we don't need. The glue layer, we don't need. Drills, holes, etc. All right, so that's all we really need. That just gives us, I mean, there's also the documentation layer that kind of gives you an idea of what the size of the stuff is. We're viewing through both layers of the PCB right now. I did the final steps to this thing except for giving it like a name label. I did all of the markings, the C's, the Q's, and the R's, and made them all consistent and the same size and somewhat, maybe not easy to find, but they're there. They're not really that necessary, but everything has a name and a location and a space and all that stuff. There's one problem. When I went to render the circuit board, because it's one of the things you do, you go to do the 3D render, and it broke everything. It just exploded. So I had to unlink the 3D file and make another one, which makes even more mess in the directory. It just adds dumb stuff that I don't... So anyway, I have a new linked 3D file, and I could just click on that, and it'll take me over to it. So luckily, it preserved where the holes are. I guess the holes are probably back annotated to the two-dimensional design. So they're there now. They're not going anywhere, even though they are steps in the timeline on the 3D file. That was concerning me, is if I unlink the 3D file and then remake it, because it broke, whether or not that would actually carry through. But now, you know, I can inspect it and make sure that the text is where it needs to. Oh, D1 needs to be fixed. This is why we check over our work. What are you doing here? D1, properties. So what I'm doing is I'm resizing the text, and I'm not sure if I need to take the font over to something other than proportional. I need to see what printed on the other drawing and you know how that went in. D1, wait, no, didn't want to move that. Did that Control Z properly? Ah! Skip forward one step. All right, so now I want to actually grab that. Drawing's a bit of a mess. There's stuff everywhere, so okay, we'll just do that. And now that text is in a good spot. So I can go back to the 3D drawing, and then it's going to update, rebuild itself from nothing. And that D1 is just going to scooch over to the side where I placed it. There we go. All right, that's more like it. So these are C4. God damn it. It's not like it. This one doesn't even really need, like, I'll just put that there. It can be covered over, because I mean that capacitor, it's there should be no doubt what that capacitor is. Lord Psycho, thank you for following. The Lord of all psychos. Wait for all those things to propagate through. It's like version 20 breaks the drawing, and everything goes just south. I don't know what I did. I think what I might have done is touched the outer perimeter, even though I didn't change anything. And I think that fed through and exploded the drawing. It just had like a cyclical redundancy error. And I don't know where those are coming from or how to deal with them. The other thing that I wish I could do is deal with the copper pads properly. These copper pads show, but the copper pads for like these right here don't show. Same with these. Same with the pads that I have here. They just don't show through for some reason. And I guess that it's okay that they don't, because I mean the main purpose of having this 3D model is just to figure out where stuff is going, how it's mounting. What you doing? I'm looking at a circuit board right now before we get started today. I mean, I guess this is technically getting started. This is the circuit board that I'm going to be putting in a tiny little RC car featured right here. This guy. Tiny little RC car. As I guess just like a personal challenge and as sort of a break-off point for me actually teaching you guys about CAD and how I'm doing in CAD and how I do stuff in CAD. Working on this car is part of that. So I've made it a challenge for me to actually fit the PCB into this little area right here. So that's where I want the PCB to sit. In order to do that, I've actually modeled most of the RC car. A majority of the RC car. It took a little bit of work, but it's good to have it in there. And now that I've got most of the RC car modeled, when I finish this circuit board, get it to size and get it mounted and everything, I can look at the body of the RC car and actually try to mount a full body on this thing to make it look cool. It's kind of a shame though, because I'm putting all this work into this stuff, and then I'm just going to put a body over it. But we've done a lot of work on this. I mean, we reverse engineered the motor controller IC, and I have created my own software for that. This has been full circle engineering on this thing. But yeah, right now what I'm doing is I'm taking a look at the three-dimensional rendering of this circuit board that I'm going to build, just to look for any errors, to make sure things are okay. It looks like I probably could have utilized my space a little bit better, and I'm debating whether or not I want my programming pins to be up on this face up here, because it would be probably more convenient. These are the LEDs that will be visible from the outside, and then maybe if I put the programming pins here, like sort of up against that side, they would be more accessible. But I don't think it's something that you have to access that often, the programming thing, because it'll store the settings to EEPROM, and I believe from there all the parameters should be the same. They should you know, over uses of the car, it should be the same. I hope. Is that getting good ground? I mean, it does have that one line there, and it's a servo. It is going to take a little bit of current. I think it's getting good values. That $1 I can't move. That should be like J6 or something like that. Let's see. So, how are things looking? This is sort of like a little bit of the final inspection here, just to make sure everything's in a good place. This is going to be an absolute nightmare to solder. That capacitor is going to have to go in first, and I might not even include the diode, but there's so much room on the underside of the board. I probably could just put the diode there. Probably should do that. Just move the diode to the underside of the board. Let's do that. Let's do that. So what I'll do is I'll rip up the traces around the diode. Even though this is in like a semi-final form, we can still do these kinds of alterations. We just have to be careful. So I'm going to keep that via there because that's what's going to get us to the top layer. And then these can be moved away. Actually, they don't need to be moved away. I can just literally take the diode, turn it, center click. Now it's on the lower layer. It seems to insist that those traces are there. I'll get rid of them in just a second here. Let's move it around so that it's got that via still there that I can use. And then I'll just rip up the traces that remain there. Yeah, that's easy enough. All right, so then in order to route this, I need to figure out what is the size that I'm using. It doesn't need to be this thick because this is just the power to the microcontroller and stuff. Well, I guess this is stuff over here too. So, and actually that doesn't need to go down and around. That's a little awkward. So let's rip up that as well. Well, actually, it should be on the path from the diode. Yeah, so maybe we'll keep that. We'll keep it going this way because I want, in the sequence of events, I want to make sure that everything after the big cap is, you know, how do I put this? The way we had it before. If, like with the breadboard, the perforated prototyping board, if we put power into the wrong place in the board, we get noise. We get a lot of noise. This is trying to fight that a little bit. So I have a big capacitor and a diode pretty much in the same spot. Those should help mitigate that noise, but they need to be in the right place. And so I don't want that servo to get power first. So put that via right there. We'll use this trace size, even though it's pretty big for what it is, 0.3 route, and then go up to 0.3. The numbers I think are for English routing. That is the top layer. Actually, well, it doesn't matter. We're pretty much doing the same thing on the top and the bottom layer. Is chat dead? Yeah, they died as soon as I started doing circuit board stuff. They're all dead, all of them. Let's go to the top layer. Yeah, they're dead. They died. They died an unfortunate and embarrassing death. Really embarrassing. So I can't move that to get that straight. There we go. And then we'll just route that up to there. All right, now the right angle I'm keeping because there's a via right there. I don't understand much, but it's fascinating. That's cool, man. It's all right if you don't understand. You'll eventually learn through osmosis. I do wish I could turn off the labeling of traces because it gets, when you do the final visual inspection for where the C's and the R's and the L's are, it gets pretty confusing seeing, you know, all the trace designations and stuff. Now this, I could move the capacitor to the left a little bit, but I don't really think I need to. I can still solder that. There's not going to be like a screw there. Maybe I'll move it just a little bit over. Just scooch. Scooch it a little bit. Kids with the scooching. All right. That should be good. So the diode and the capacitor are about at the same spot. Let's take a look at what that looks like. Now I'm going to get all kinds of board errors, by the way, because I've got little things like little pieces of the trace aren't, like right here you can see there's an air wire inside of that. So that's going to throw an error, even though it is technically connected. It's the software doesn't really realize that. So I could put a trace in there in order to snub the error away and then get a proper design rule check on this. But I'll have to evaluate how much I care. So anyway, now that we've done that little revision, click on the 3D board and it'll re-render all that bullshit. All the bullshit. Bonk. There's the diode. Now the diode's under there, utilizing that little bit of space. I'm still not certain whether or not I want to install that diode at all, but I don't know about this. There's not really much of an elegant way to put that trace there. I just kind of have it coming out of the side, and there's plenty of room for like more electronics down there, but I don't need it. All this area is for heat. I guess I probably could utilize the bottom of the board a little better, but I mean the VCC trace and these motor traces are going to be taking up a lot of that heat. I made sure to have multiple taps to ground on these things. The ones that do connect to ground have multiple taps. So they've got vias right next to where they need to be. Yep. Yeah, so that should hopefully get this there. I think this is like very, very close to being ordered. The circuit board is. It's weirdly circuitous, but I guess that's okay. I'm also annoyed at how these little FET drivers ended up being in a box, just the square layout next to where the MOSFETs are. I probably should have tried to figure out staggering them or something. This is a 2-layer PCB. There's very little opportunity or reason to go to a 4-layer PCB. You know, this design could almost exist on a 1-layer PCB if I really wanted to torture myself. If I really wanted to torture myself, I could probably do this in 1 layer, aside from the fact that I have parts on both sides. All right, so yeah, I mean, the pads aren't shown, but if I do go to the manufacturing tab and I take a board preview, they are there. They're there and they're represented and the pads are open and everything, right? So that's fine. This is actually probably a more useful view of your layout, just to make sure that everything is where it needs to be. All the vias, all the stuff is there. Everybody's connected properly. Go to the other layer, bottom side. Take a look at that. Everything looks good. Got all them pads. I gave myself little programming pads. So I tried to make the board red. You could do that here. You could just right click it and then you've got all your different colors here, right? So I tried to change the solder mask color. I tried to make it red. We go over to red. I'll make it a little lighter red. About the color of the circuit boards. Oof, that's a tough one, man. Click OK. And now it looks red, right? Looks like a red circuit board. That's pretty cool. I can close that, and I can go to the 3D render, and it's supposed to be red. Let's give it a minute to gather what it's doing. When I did it, watch this work. Son of a bitch, I think it worked. It's not, it doesn't quite look right, but it did work. I think I have to edit the materials a little bit to make it a little less opaque in order to get that to come through properly. It didn't quite, that's more brown than anything else. When I did it, it turned the substrate into a bright blue color for no reason at all. I don't know, it doesn't look good. I'll put it back to default colors, but I think I am ordering the circuit board in red. I think. It'll be red with blue modules on top of it. I think that'll be okay. I don't know how to get it to not be brown. It would be nice if they had some kind of a guide on the coloring of these things. Like, that looks perfect. That looks just like a red board. Color. Solder mask. Make it, I don't know, more redder-lier. More into the red. Let's see what that does. That music is going to be caught in my head and unavoidable for the rest of the day. Wow, it just doesn't look good. It just doesn't look right. Everything is wrong. Everything's wrong about the red in Fusion. Yeah, I don't black and white PCBs I don't do. They're too difficult to see the traces on. I'm not into that. All right, I'm gonna default the colors because it's just stupid. It looks fine here. I think maybe the opacity setting of the color needs to be altered. I think that's probably what it is. But I don't want to go through and find it. I don't want to go through and find it. I can just go to color, default, yes, bonk. See how like the green is like so bold? I don't know. The green is very it's very green. The greens are very green, and that's sort of is part of it. I guess I could have gone down, under, and around to get to that. That's okay. That's all right. I can live with that. I can live with that trace. I'm not gonna you know, with circuit boards you can min-max every little detail. You can be min-maxed, or you could just get it done. That's kind of where I am with this one. I don't want to make any more mistakes though. I made big mistakes on the other one where the other one that I ordered that's sitting, I think it's on top of, yeah, there it is. This little guy right here made many different little mistakes on this. I think mostly I wanted to get this board done because the transistors are like impossible to breadboard, but I got the wrong sized IC, I got the pin out of the IC wrong, all kinds of stuff like that. So this one I paid careful attention to make sure to get the appropriate Arduino in there and everything like that. Let's see how this looks. Ooh, little borp. Let's see how this thing looks in the three-dimensional design. Now, the thing is, I have not updated the files, the proper files. This one right here, this file right here, PCB small 3D, you can see it's got a capacitor sitting to the side. I haven't opened it up in a while. That would be the file that updates when I re-render the PCB, but the file broke. So this board, this PCB underscore small board, is not represented in the rest of the drawings. So I need to redo that. Let's open up the main drawing and just see what happened to it. Why is that there? How did that end up here? This is the stuff with that library manager. Like, why did it save that into that directory? What's going on here? I need better file management. I need better library management out of this program. So yeah, here's the main thing, and there's actually an okay. So we'll update the references and see what happens. Fusion team error, one component out of date. Okay. What's up, Walrus? How you doing? So yeah, this circuit board is no longer there. It disappeared. So I need to pull that back into the assembly drawing, not into this drawing. So and again, when the circuit board gets to a little bit more of a final state, I'm going to pull it in the timeline, in the appropriate part of the timeline. Right now, I've got it all sitting at the end of the timeline. This is bad. This will cause problems, so I need to roll it back. But that's when I figure out, you know, how it's mounting, how I'm printing basically this top piece right here in order to make a thing that's going to hold on to the circuit board. So anyway, what I need to do is I need to go to the assembly, which is in here. This is just something quick before we actually get going with the stream. I'm just it is the stream, but it's also just me tooling around with this stuff. So PCB small 3D, I think, is the one that I want. This is the older design where I just kind of started throwing stuff in there. I think. No, maybe this isn't the one that I want. No. Small DOS assembly, that's what I was looking for. That thing is that's a dead file. Yeah, update the reference, man. Stop bitching about it and just do it. All right, this one, don't need. This one is the assembly. I built these modules using Fusion, but I also just kind of haphazardly placed all the stuff on them, just to get kind of an idea of sort of what they're like. Slow performance, please. Okay, so I need the current PCB file, 826. That was last night. That's also 826. Good thing they both have the exact same name. Well, this one has my little, like, reservation thing on it. So I'm going to pull that into here. And assuming that I didn't move anything around like a psychopath, yeah, that's in the right spot. Cool. All right, so that's the new assembly. So I can save that. And now, when I go to my large three-dimensional drawing, we have another update reference. God, Fusion is so annoying sometimes. You change one thing, and every single piece of the software bitches at you about it. Yeah, discard and update. I didn't do anything. There we go. Circuit board is back. Circuit board is back. I got it on the bolt holes. Everything is happy. So in order to program this receiver, I would have to get in front of the servo to those two pads. Well, it's partially blocked too. I mean, I'm gonna have to lift the board up just a little bit too to clearance the main chip. It doesn't have any room. Otherwise, I mean, I could put the pads here where you could kind of get into them right there, but I don't know if that's gonna be necessary. I don't think that is necessary. What do you guys think? Should I move those pads to that side so that you can actually get to them? The other way of doing it is by taking the resistor and shorting it somewhere, or sorry, taking the LED and shorting it somewhere, but I don't know where you would do that. It's basically what you're doing is you're bridging contact to pin 1 and wait, it's pin 1 and power. Uh-oh. I did it bad. I did it bad. I did boo-boo. This bad. This not good. We can fix that very easily though. Fix it, fix it, fix it, fix it, fix it. So, not to ground. Bop. That's going to power. Let's copy this. Copy. Put that in there. And then we'll take that, trace, put it on there. Yes, I want that to be that. All right. So now, save that. And we go to the two-dimensional PCB drawing. No, I don't think I have room for a button, no. It would be convenient. you know, there are very small surface mount buttons, but I don't think it's strictly necessary to have a button there, because that's like a one-time user interaction to calibrate it to the controller that you're using. All right, so I need to view just the bottom layers on this thing so that we can actually design around what, you know, what's there. So top layer gone. Anything to do with the top layer, top place, top origins, top names, all that gone. That should do. Now we can actually see what we need to do here. Well, it looks like we got power just right there, so that's pretty convenient. And then I got pretty much this whole area to run around with. Oops, let me rip up that trace real quick. Okay, so if I wanted to have a jumper that goes to power, pin 1 and power, I mean, pin 1 is right there. That's the thing. But at least this gives you like a sanctioned area right up against the edge of the board where you can alter these things. So pin 1 and VCC, that's a little close. Yeah, see, that's starting to pull back because of the curvature of the side of the thing. Generally, does it happen often to discover a mistake when it's too late? When the PCB is printed? I don't know about chip design, but yeah, I mean, the whole point of being thorough is to avoid this kind of embarrassment of manufacturing an entire thing and then having it be wrong. Egos are at stake here. All right, 0.15 for these traces because I don't need a lot of copper on them. I could connect to either of these locations. I don't know which one I want. Oh, and we're using curved traces. That's why we have bodge wire, yeah. Yeah, mistakes happen. Basically, your first run of a circuit board, the entire... I hate how I can't... There's no contrast between the blue trace and the ground plane in this. I can change the color stuff on this so I can see it better, but I haven't bothered. I need like a slightly greater contrast between those two. Oh, look at that. It destroyed my ground plane there. Well, there's nothing really going on the top layer, so I can just plop this guy right here. Boop. There we go. Move you. Move you. Presumably, oh wait, no, that might get in the way. Yeah, we're gonna leave those there. We can't see the top layer right now, so we don't know if I'm moving those vias around. Those are gonna move around traces on the top layer. There's a couple traces right here that sort of come in from there. So, but yeah, what I was saying. Sorry, I got distracted. What I was saying is when you get your first run of the circuit board, your job is to get that to work. You don't go into the software and edit everything immediately. You use bodge wire, you scrape up traces, you cut traces away, you get to inspect it in 3 dimensions for the first time, like an actual physical thing. They're cheap enough now that it's not all that embarrassing to have a bad board run, but when you're, man, in the past, you'd pay like $80 to get your board done, and then you get it in and you're like, oh, that trace is on the wrong layer, and it just shorts out half of your design. Like, whoa, that's embarrassing. I would suggest, for those of you out there that do this kind of stuff, getting a tile cutter. So this is just for if you're doing like printing press kind of stuff with linoleum or whatever they are with tiles in order to carve them out. That's what this tool is for. But it's got these wonderfully small little V-shaped scrapers on it. This thing is great for ripping up a trace because you can just go over it a couple times with this and it'll scrape it all up. It is also an exceedingly dangerous tool, and it'll probably end up in your finger at some point. But yeah, that's a good one, the tile cutter. The tile cutter is very good at altering the traces on these things. Keep in mind the trace size and everything that I'm using here, that is this size. Yoink. Well, not the DOS Micro stuff, it's this size. This is the size of what I'm putting together. So you got to keep that in mind. It's not as clear when you're in the CAD how small this stuff is. It's totally tiny. Everything is so small. Look at that little guy right there. No matter how many times you check, you mix up the pin out with surface mount transistors. God, why did they do that? You know, it's so frustrating. Here, if you guys don't know, a surface mount, a transistor has 3 pins, right? It's a gate, a drain, and a base, right? Basically what happens, and the reason we live in a society is because of the layout of a transistor. You can use it as a switch by biasing the base pin. So you have a switch pin, and then you have something that connects the other 2 parts of the transistor. Now, without CAD tools, they can be an absolute nightmare to work with. Transistor. The pinout of a surface mount transistor is a different animal entirely. When you have a regular transistor, like in the TO92 package, right? There's a big through-hole thing with 3 pins coming out of it, and the can is shaped like a D, and they try to tell you what pins are where. They try to make it so evidently clear what pins are connected to what. But you can see here, like, oh, look, the symbol has like a wall in it. So then it would stand to reason that the base pin is in the middle, and then you've got that wall in front. So the one on the left should be the collector, and the one on the right should be the emitter. All right, that generally stands to reason. Now, sometimes they mess up those pinouts. Notably, when they went over to surface mount technology, which I prefer, somebody, I don't know, somebody just put crack in their coffee that day. Because we have a device that has a block with 3 pins on it, which looks a whole hell of a lot like the symbol for a transistor. That little circle around the transistor, that's not really strictly necessary. You don't need to put that into the symbol, right? I have seen many a time a transistor just represented by this symbol right here, just the base, collector, and emitter. Because I mean, it's a hieroglyph, right? It's a glyph. It's just something that represents this silicon structure in your circuit. Great. Okay, so we're clear. That's totally cool. And we've got this block, and we've got 3 pins coming out of the block. 1 pin is in the middle, one's on the left, one's on the right of the other side. Look, 1 pin is in the middle, one's on the right, one's on the left of the other side. And then, I don't know, something like all the Xanax in their coffee kicked in all at once. And they were in the middle of falling asleep when they decided to assign the collector to this pin, the base to this pin, and the emitter over here. I don't know what they were thinking. It's pretty universally that way, and I think it's probably because just the like laying it out on a circuit board is actually kind of easier with it in this order. But this is just like widely adopted as how they're doing it. It's so ridiculous. It would be so much easier if they put it the same way as the symbol. It's like they're trying to mess everybody up. I don't know. Anyway, that's so frustrating. But with CAD tools, at least you have air wires that'll tell you what connections need to go where, so it's a little harder to mess up. All right, so let's get power over to this thing. So I mean, I could do it from the microcontroller pin. It doesn't really matter where I'm getting the power from. What's on the top layer? I need to know. All the way up here. All right. Oh, I see. It's under right now because I've got the wrong. See, if I select the top layer, then I can see it. Hop, bop, 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 bop. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff here, but I can get these out of the way. That's at least doable. Now I got a path over here that I can use. Yeah, I guess I could do that. You know, it doesn't feel right for me coming off of this part to like branch out a smaller branch. Three pins and about 24 packages, yeah. Oh, look, I messed this one up. Dun, dun, dun. Well, I could just extend that out a little bit. Or I could move this. Oh, no, that's too close. It's not letting me. That's what this little semicircle is that appears on it. Oh, no, now I can't even get it back. It doesn't even let me back in. What happened? No. All right, let's move this down. God, the layout tools need a little help. Actually, I'm just going to rip that up. It's cleaner if I do it this way. Then that way it doesn't have all of the weird layout nonsense applied to it. I could go back and clean up all these turns to make sure that they lay out nicely, but I don't know if I'm going to do that. All right, there. That is plenty of space now that can exist in peace. We can go back down to the bottom layer, and we can now figure out where I'm going to get power from. I mean, I could just come down off of this pin. Oh, wait, no, I can't, because those are in the way. Well, I can move those. Jeez. All right, let's move these out of the way. Gotta look at the top layer, because it's dictating where these things are. Yeah, I'll go... that's going to get in the way. No matter what, this stupid pin is going to get in the way. Try to get that a little bit more centered because I want a good ground plane over there. Oh, the ground plane is not... Okay, what's happening? Something... Okay, no, we're fine, we're fine, we're fine. I guess it's not strictly necessary to get an amazing ground plane out of this. So now, place the wire up here, do a little turn. Let me pack it in right there. Do a little turn. Trying to straighten out that air wire. And I can just go into there. Okay, that's good enough. Good enough. Copy this via. Just put it, boop, right there. Okay. Cool. Well, that's that. So now I've got programming pins on the outside of the board. All my power's hooked up. Everybody else is looking good. Good. This is basically just a jumper for when the thing boots up. This whole process is essentially a big puzzle. It is, and the interesting part, the fun part about this puzzle is that it reveals itself as you work on it. It's never clear right from the get-go exactly what needs to be where, what problems need to be solved. A lot of this stuff, I mean, in this case, this is just convenience for me. I just wanted to have a convenient place where I could jumper the microcontroller to tell it that I wanted to program it. The one thing that's not as elegant as I'd like it to be in Eagle is moving. There, see, that broke that. Moving a trace flatly is kind of difficult to do. It goes right about there. Just do that to preserve the ground plane. Should I keep that via? I get rid of that via. I don't need it now. And it looks like my curves are off. Whoops, Control Z. My curves are off. What did I do? Why are you warning me? Don't you warn me? I have to escape fully out of the tool in order to do anything with that. What is going on here? Oh, it wants to move like a different structure than what I wanted to move. Strange. There we go. Okay. I'm just kind of managing my curves so they look all right. Are your signal traces too close to the bottom of the board? No, you see, that's actually part of the design rules. The design rules are dictating how close my traces can get to the edge of the board. And so that's already planned out for me. It won't let me put traces that get too close. So, yeah, this is, I mean, a lot of the stuff like where are my signal traces, or what's below or above them, or are there ground planes surrounding this thing? Not strictly necessary in a board of this size. The signals that are running around on this thing, we're not talking high-speed communications here. This is not a high-speed, like RF signal communication kind of thing. This is a motor controller. The most complicated signal that it's got is this servo nonsense right here. The gyroscope taking in one channel from the receiver and another channel as a control channel, and then pooping it out into the servo. That's about as complicated as it gets. The servo pinout might be backwards. I think I planned that properly. Yeah, this is just a 2-layer PCB. There's nothing more I haven't done a 4-layer PCB in my life because any problems that need a 4-layer PCB are not problems that I deal with. I've never really strictly needed to go with a 4-layer PCB for anything. I'm wondering about these capacitors. I kept them very local to the motor drivers. It seems like, I don't know. I don't know. I don't like this section. I'm not going to do anything about it. We're going to leave it the way it is. I think this is fine the way it is. It's just, it annoys me. You annoy me. Why are you here? All right, let's take a look at this in 3D. Oh, I didn't move the silkscreen marking. Here, we'll go back to the 2D. I want to move that because we need to propagate it down the line for all the files. Performance issues. Oh, geez. I want to at least label that PGM, as in program. Man, that EP is in my head, that new Gorillaz thing. I want to keep the silk screens away from these vias, because these vias interrupt silk screen markings. You can see it. I think there might be an example in here somewhere. Well, they don't do too bad of a job, but you can see the D and right there. Oh yeah, we should put these other markings on this thing too. Because yeah, Seed Studio, the place that's manufacturing it, is going to put their marks somewhere on this. But yeah, let's put some text down. What size was that text on the other board? See, I've still got the files for the other boards, so I can just open it up and take a look. Remember to put JTAG next to the edge with 24 volts near CPU V core that's close enough to bridge by a human breath. Yes. Yeah, I gotta be sure about that. All right, there's the marking. Nope. 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 It has the same origin as that, so I can't grab it. Damn it. Just let me... I want to look at the text. Oh, maybe this is the text. There it is. Properties. 0.8. So we'll retain 0.8 because that printed nicely from Seed Studio. So 0.8. Remember that. All right, so we go back to, not the assembly. We're going to go to... See, I needed different names for these. Version 57. Jesus. 0.8 is what we're going to put the labeling in. So let's do, first of all, we're looking at the bottom layer. Let's disable the top layer. And then let us flip the board. So now all the text is right. So we can get an idea of exactly what we're up against here. I forget where the control is for turning off the signal names. That would be nice to do here, because then all this stuff wouldn't get in the way. Black Airy. 3S. Thank you for following. Same with Hadrian, and Lord Psycho was earlier. Bonus points to short, ground, and 5 volts together. Well, it's kind of close to what we have. Yeah, I've had, back in the days of, like, when PCB layout software was basically like MS Paint back in the day, I had a design that I did. It was a big comprehensive design for a brain imager. And I had a trace that just went straight across everything. It shorted the whole fucking thing out. I was like, oh, no. I needed a couple more revisions on that one. They spent a lot of money on that, too. It was grant money that just evaporated. This is a little awkward, but I don't think I'm going to bother with it. All right, because like I could maybe move the resistor down or like put it in between these, but I think that's going to put restrictions on so much else, and I don't know. That's a decent spot for it to sit there. All right, so text. I want to name this board. What am I doing? Not document, I don't think. No, it's design. Place. Why am I dumb? I guess it isn't document. Draw, text. There we go. Oh, nope, nope. Draw, text. There we go. Size is 0.8. And this would be, And then our layer is on the T names layer. Or sorry, B names layer. And where am I putting this text? Where can I fit that? Put it like there. And this is where I get to do my own thing and just make, you know, put my personality onto the board, but I don't really have much of an area to do it in. I could do like that. And then just put that there. A little bit in the way. My ground and VCC markings are kind of important. Now that I placed it, I have to actually go into here in order to do that. And then I want to put in a date. Today is 8/27/2021. Any other information? I mean, typically you'd want to put like your name and stuff on it, maybe, but probably have to figure out how to realign that though, because that doesn't really fit. It doesn't actually fit. It's the only versioning scheme. It's the best. Just leave it like that. Maybe just the date. Maybe just the date. I don't need my name on that. I know who I am. I could actually probably fit that here. Yeah, that's a good spot for it. It's going to be motor bayed because of the VIA right there. Those cues are on the other side. I just didn't unview that layer. Yeah, that'll do. Technically, it's Motorboard version 2, but I always like to make that versioning number joke. That's why we have 0.00002A. All right, I think that does it, right? I've labeled the program stuff there. Even though it's right next to the pin. It's like if I was going to jumper that, it might as well. I don't know. You know, I could try to find a button to actually use for that, but I don't. I'm just putting 2 pads in. I'm too lazy to actually find a button. I mean, I've got that what are they? That thing of buttons? Where'd that go? Yeah, this guy. We could select a button that meets our needs perfectly using this thing. Optimistically save space for UL and FCC approval. Yeah, I don't know about that. I mean, if I could find a 3-dimensional part for some of these, I guess I could order some. Yeah, my Conformetti Europeani. What'd you just call me? Did you just call me a peenie? I will fucking wreck ye. Skirt. Skirt, skirt, skirt. Skirt. Skirt, 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 skirt. That's the skirt button. Skirt, 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 skirt. I can't even make that noise. I feel I don't know. I don't know if I want to incorporate one of these. It seems too much like work. And then I gotta buy them. Psh. It would be pretty nice to have just like the button on the side. in case I need to be. Oh, these have cutouts for them. Ugh, I don't want that. I'd rather it just sit on the board like this one. Like or see. Skirt is a little bit too tall. Yeah, skirt's too tall. It may have too many poles too. That's a button. That's technically a button. What do they do? So this is an Alps sample thing that somebody sent in, which is pretty awesome. They're all these little like buttons and contacts and stuff on a little business card format. Look at this one. This one's an up and down selector. These are like the internal like CD-ROM buttons, you know, that tell the mechanism where things are. But yeah, I've got this little sample card, and it's got all kinds of good stuff in it. So I'm like, well, you know, we don't have to have like a button to program it, but it actually would probably be a good idea. Let's see if we can find SKSC Alps. SKSC. Let's see if we can find that with like a 3D model or something. We can add this part. I wanted to show you guys. I mean, this isn't what we were supposed to be doing today, but I've had this on my mind. I've wanted to work on this and kind of like finalize the drawing. I don't often get to finalize a circuit board around you guys. You don't get to see those the little parts that make working on a circuit board actually really fun, which is the final couple steps of, you know, getting stuff configured properly and you know, putting together the little bits of art and stuff like that you want to do on the board. This board isn't going to have any art on it. I do have space for some art, but I don't have anything in mind like lined up to put onto this board. So. But anyway, I can bring you guys through some of these steps of like figuring out what goes where, doing the little tweaks and how they propagate through the software and affect everything else. So if we are going to add a button here, we're going to go all the way back to the schematic. So it's all the way back here. I got all these files open at once, but generally it's you import parts into the schematic, you place them in the two-dimensional drawing, and then you observe them in the 3D drawing. So like when I wanted to add those jumpers, I just kind of like branched this off over here. So instead of these two pads, let's see if we can find a button to put in there. So we're looking for a specific one from Alps, from Ohm. Let's do DigiKey as I normally do. And then let's look at Alps. What was his skirt? Skizit. I don't know if I'm allowed to say these things. Skitted or skiz. Let's go skiz. All the cats in the neighborhood are gonna be like at my door now. Alsp. No, they wouldn't make it that easy. Manufacturers. Starting with A. Oh God. Apps. That's so close. Control F. Alps. Really? 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 DigiKey? Really? Really? You don't do Alps? You don't? This is a legitimate manufacturer. Is there maybe another name that I'm not thinking about? Maybe we could just find a switch that's of that series. So board edge, right angle, surface mount button. Mauser has it. I don't want to order from multiple places. I don't want to. Mauser carries Alps. Damn it. All right, we'll default to Mauser if we have to. Or maybe I just stick to my guns. All right, so yeah, I guess we'll have to do it. Mauser. Mauser's site like is a little bit more weighty in terms of the amount of like images and stuff that they're loading. I think DigiKey is a little bit more spry. Maybe not so much anymore. They've got a lot of image stuff going on the front of their page. Mauser used to load a lot slower. And that's really all it took to keep me going to DigiKey. That's it. That's all it took. If every website could be McMaster-Carr, though, I wish every website could be McMaster-Carr, because it looks exactly like opening up an industrial... Go away. It looks like opening up an industrial catalog and looking at, like, just a random page. Yep. One of the fun parts about McMaster is that they have 3D CAD models of all their stuff. So if you're looking for a particular part and it is okay that it exists in plastic space, you can just print it. You can just 3D print it. And if you're looking to size up an expensive part, you could probably also 3D print that too. Alps has 3D CAD file on their website. Okay, yeah. Let's, hold on. Before you guys flipping ahead in the textbook to try to see where the professor's going. Electromechanical. Where's buttons? All right, so I guess we could just do Alps. Yeah, stop reading ahead. What would this count as? Is this a tactile switch or these board edge switches? Man, look at this thing in 4K. Woo! Now it's 1080p, but whatever. It's like a very well-focused shot for some reason. I don't know, the lighting is just perfect. So, skirt. Sorry, this is a skirt button. I can't. Okay, skiz is what we're looking for. SKSC series. Now these are possibly tactile buttons. I don't know, tactile, like the tactile button is a different thing. Technically these are tactile buttons. The ones with the little plastic doohickeys on them. So that's probably what category it would be under. But yeah, I mean, I can literally just do Alps SKSC because we already have a fucking answer key. We know that it exists here. So there's our SKSC series. 50 cents each? Are you kidding me? Ridiculous. That is ridiculous. That is expensive. All right. 50 milliamps. All right. At 12 volts. I was like, 50 amps. What? It's got a big square thing on the front. I guess that's okay. We could probably find a cheaper, more generic one, but now look who's reading ahead. I can't undo the cat's out of the bag, you know? Cheating assholes. All right. Yeah, 52 cents is ridiculously expensive for a button. I mean, if we get 25, they go down to 45. And 40 cents if we buy 100 of them, which I'm not going to do. I have one use for this button, and it's in this circuit board, so I'm probably going to get like 10 of these. And then they'll sit in a drawer. They'll sit in a little container for the rest of my life. I don't have... I've got a bunch of tactile... I've got a bunch of little, like, switches from SparkFun. But this is a duty that's best suited for a button. The problem is this button is for boot up. No, but I also have a switch on the battery. So yeah, I'll be able to turn it off and on again pretty easily basically from outside of the model. I'll be able to hit that button from the side. We'll have to see how big this thing is when we finally get it into CAD. Because it does have a little bit of a profile here. But it is meant for the board edge. So I guess we got that going for us. So all right, let's take a look at this button. Datasheet, PCB footprint, and symbol. The question is, all right, how am I going to put together this part? I might be able to find an Alps library with three-dimensional things on it and then import that, but I think I should probably just take it in. Well, let's see. What files do we got available to us? Download the free library loader? No. No, I will not. Yeah, I wonder how well I can import that. What, there are 4 contacts on this thing? All right, let's see here. .epu? The fuck is a .epu? I don't know the workflow for getting this thing in here. That's why I'm stressing it. SKSCLED010. Jack up 823. Keep following it. So, let's see. Factory lead time, 24 weeks. They're in stock, right? Yeah, 55,000 of them are in stock. Jeez. Okay, so what's my workflow here? What's my motivation? Can I import the part using the library manager here? So if I go to add a part, oh no, I don't have the part. Actually, wait, first I should look to see if there's any default library that has Alps buttons. So from available, I'm just gonna look up Alps. Switch, Alps. Let's use that. Let's see what we get. It probably doesn't have a 3D thing if it's from SparkFun. Where did that go? That should be in here. Switch, Alps. Oh, there's one, and it's not the right one. All right, well, thanks for playing. Thanks for participating. Switch Alps. Really, really glad to have you in the list of libraries. Remove. All right, available. So yeah, it doesn't appear that the library exists. So you can never have too many buttons in boxes you'll never open. In the storage unit, you absolutely need. I don't have a problem. Yeah, exactly. All right, so add from team. So I need to get into the library manager, and I think what we're going to do is we're going to add that to my own managed library. So I'm going to go into boop, 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 all the way down at the J's. Nope, nope, okay. All the way down, nope, nope. In the past, I would have imported the library, but I don't know if there's a generic. Oh, I removed switch and not switch Alps. Whoopsies. That would have it wouldn't have mattered that much. I'm not using switches in this design, but yeah. Okay, J. Where did my libraries go? There you go. Components, mechanical. I don't know if I would call it mechanical. I mean, I guess a button is mechanical. Either of those. I guess the InDesign or in use is where I'm going to find most of mine. So components, connectors, chips. I guess it's a component. Are we going to count a chip as a switch as a component? It's kind of mechanical though. Yeah, let's add mechanical. And then in use, I've got mechanical managed. I'm going to edit that. And we got more windows deep. More and more windows. So I've already got switch, single pole, dual throw, dual pole, dual throw. And it's hard for me to say dual pro, dual throw switch. Dual. I guess we're gonna add switch SPST. Actually, let me see what this actually is. Back to work. Thank you for answering our questions. Hey, yeah. Good on you. Thank you for hanging out. All right, let's get in here a little bit. This is always a pain in the area that I'm not going to name. Hard soldering, compact, slim, 125 millimeter, side push type SMD. I have 4 pins and I don't know what the hell they do. Okay, so it's a single pole, single throw. This is just an SPST button. Whew, hard to say. SPST button. I'm gonna add it to like our 500 things here. So I guess what I'm doing is just brand new. Can I import a device? I don't know if I can. Create new device. Switch. Single pole, single throw. And then, I mean, they want their own specific schematic symbol, but you know, that shouldn't just be a generic. Let's do rename that, and instead Alps SK, what are we on? SKSC. SKSC SPST. Oh boy. Because that is a manufacturer specific thing. It's not like a generic part. So we'll keep that in there as a specific thing. So now, okay, now what? Now what? I can add a schematic symbol. What in the hell? Add local package. Let's see. Yeah, this says all these things. I hate the boxes. The boxes that define. Oh no. I didn't want to do that. Control Z. Add local package. Now, when I go to import it, what's that gonna do? Got a button all the way down here. How many windows deep are we right now? This is ridiculous. Oh God. Then it opens this. This is not what it's. How do I get this thing into the fucking... All right. I can open the library manager again. I'm already in the library manager. What does add from web do? That's create a new package in this. Creating a new one brings me to the manager thing. I don't think I can upload into here, can I? Pins, pitch, sort by. So how do I import this? I mean, I can put it in like a AutoCAD folder like I have in the past. This is the part where I don't know what I'm doing. Let's to put it lightly. If I go to my admin folder, this is where I have some of the imports of stuff. Go to upload. Maybe I can punch a couple things into here. I don't know if this will do it though. EPW. What's that gonna do? Is it gonna work? I don't know what I'm doing. I have no idea. Switch, connectors, parts library.epw. What is that file? Oh, it opens it on the web. Damn it. Yeah. All right, Fusion 360. Import EPW. Short answer, no. Long answer, no. Okay, please stop loading stuff so I can actually read the answer. Library loader plugin for Eagle. I believe I never used it. Don't use any third-party libraries. Get more information in the downloader here. All right. For any future victims of the sim-axis bait on Mouser. Lined with Mouser, that's it. Unless you need them to build something for you. For me, it ended up being time-consuming clickbait. I run Mac, blah, 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 blah. Okay. You first must have the library loader program on your computer that you download from Mouser. Fuck that. No way. I'm going to go to Alps. I'll go directly to the manufacturer because they'll have everything for me. Yeah, we're not doing that library loader crap. All right. Looks like they're just differentiated by operating force. Doesn't really matter. 3D CAD. Download. Give me that CAD file. Yeah. Show folder. This is kind of an annoying process, isn't it? Step file. All right, so it's just a step file. So we'll have to make our own pad layout for this then, which I guess is fine. Let me purge my library of this crap. Delete. Upload. Drag and drop. There you go. 1 megabyte. We'll probably have to recolor the stuff to make it look like an actual switch too. That's not strictly necessary, but it's fun to do, and that's why Fusion is creating these beautiful 3-dimensional board layouts for me, is because I go in and you can see the servo connector over there. I had to go in and actually recolor everything so that it looked like the genuine article. Takes a little bit of work to get this way, and honestly, like if I had spent a ton of time getting my own parts library catered and basically what was I trying to say? Not catered, vetted, I guess. I'm trying to find the word. But yeah, if I vetted my own parts library and you know, made sure that it was just the right stuff that I need, all with good 3D models and stuff, then yeah, I wouldn't really be in this situation. I would just be adding a part. Oh dear God, what did they do? What did they do to my boy? Oh my God, are you okay? Do you feel okay? What happened? Oh my God, they put it in high contrast part view. Dear God. All right, let's open the appearance toolbar. That's something I'd like to do. Appearance. God, it's like Umbro in the 90s. Jeez. Yeah, these colors here, these are the ones that are messed up. So, all right, simply enough, what does it look like? Basically, the SKSC series, metal and gray plastic. That's it. The Nerf sponsored, yeah. AutoCAD's been doing this stuff to me lately. Like when I tried to change the board color and it just went psycho with the different colors that were in there. But we don't need to use anything other than just generic coloring on this thing. I mean, these 3 colors, we just get rid of them. So yeah, plastic, and then we'll do opaque, which unfortunately these things they're in alphabetical order. So the folder for opaque is in the middle of nylon and Orgasol and stuff like that, which is a little ridiculous. It makes it harder to find opaque. But yeah, we're opaque, and we're probably a matte gray. This is a little bit of a light gray for what's actually there, but make sure that we're doing the entire body or component. That's going to do too much. Cancel. Oh no, am I going to have to go face by face to do this? Actually, I think what I can do, nope, I can't. So it is made up of, they must have packed this thing in. So the outer faces are the only things that are represented here, but for some reason, like, it almost seems like the different components are selectable. Maybe I can just alter the color in place. Oh, please stop flashing like that every time I mouse over. So I don't know how to make silver out of this. I mean, I can just do gray. Because, yeah, that's supposed to be, like, gloss. And then these are supposed to be, like, gray plastic. Which, if I match this silver, I think is that? Which one is this? No, that's the one that I dragged in. That one is the metal. Satin steel. That's probably what should be. So roughness there. Close enough? Close enough. And then those need to be more of like a dark gray. Non-gloss. That's like more of a brown. That's more of a brown. Is that what it actually looks like? Hold on. Yeah, it's like this, like a dark gray plastic, huh? I think that'll do. A little lighter than that. Same with the button. Button is a very similar gray. I want to get it the same. I can only see the very corner of it in my window. That's about it, right? A little darker than that. Now it's about right. That's about right. Close enough, right? You know, hey, that'll do. That'll do, that'll do. All right, so we got that. I do wish that I could match. The problem is these aren't individual. Oh, geez, my thing is beeping at me in the middle of a sentence. What do you want now? Oh my God, it was the same warning that I said okay for a minute ago. Wait, what was that? Was there an Xbox at the bottom of this thing? Oh, it's bolusing me for some reason. Okay, can I please deselect this thing now? Can I? Jeez, so I just want to look at it, not highlighted. I could put a little bit more effort into making this top clip part look a little bit more like metal, because I think right now it's some other material. It might be plastic or something like that. So it's not quite going to look right. I think it did take a little bit of a, yeah, it takes a little bit of a shine right there. But it's supposed to be more towards metal. The problem is Alps didn't leave this as individual components. They packed them all together. So basically anything that's like facing one another is part of the one singular 3D model. So if I were to fully recolor all of this, I would do it face by face, which is absolutely ridiculous given the number of faces that are in this 3D model. This is ridiculous. So I'm not going to do that. I think just a top-down respray of the thing is fine for now. If I do like a really good rendering of this, it might not be as shiny as I think it probably would be in real life. But then again, it's only a 2mm by 2mm tactile switch, so who cares? But yeah, I think that looks pretty good. That looks like the real article. So hit save on that, and now that's just going to be in my stuff. The thing is, I think the best way to do this. What's the best way to do this? I think having the software make the 3D model and the footprint is going to be the best way to do this. So I'm going to make a part, but I'm going to create the part online, and then we'll get rid of it and replace it with this. That's been the best way that I've seen to be able to do this. And I think there was debate about that in the in some of the documentation for all this stuff, and I think they said that's the way to do it or something, is to make it online. It's so ridiculous. There needs to be a better way to import this stuff. But all right, so new package from the web. So now we've got my design open, we've got the library manager open, we have the part in the library manager open, we have the part creation tool now open on top of that, and now I'm going to add to that whole stack of windows the website that helps me create a part. Crazy. I mean, I can search for the package, but this is usually not gonna. It usually doesn't really come up with anything when you do that. See, look, that's great, wonderful. Library I/O was supposed to be a little bit more of a universal tool. So, all right, create a new package, and now we've got the website on top of all of this. Ridiculous. This is ridiculous. I got so much stuff open right now just to create a part. I did this to myself. So, I mean, among all of this stuff, I don't think any of it's really going to apply strictly. We could just make a generic part, and then we'll topple over it with our own stuff. So instead of, I guess, oscillator, corner conductive. This is probably how I should have made those other chips. Yeah, just make whatever. Just do that. That's great. It's just build it. I don't care. I mean, I guess I could use the pads. How does the pad layout end up on where's that? What does that look like? What do my pads look like? No, it looks like I've got, oh, there are holes in this thing too. What? Hold on. Let's check. That one. There are no holes. There are no holes under this part. What is it? What is it that you are smoking, Alps? Because it does not appear to have holes. There are no holes. It's just sitting on the board. Maybe they just put in a generic pad layout. Or maybe this one actually has holes under it, and the one that I have here doesn't. I mean, typically there would just be holes through the entire board, unless they did blind drill holes for these. That would be kind of evil. I mean, it makes sense to have those there, right? Because that's going to fight the force of you pushing the button. Am I going to have to desolder this in order to investigate that? Huh. You know, like I can get it manufactured with the holes in it. I'm just wondering what the hell's going on here. Hold on, let me see if I can find this. And we're getting 4 investigations deep now. What the heck? Why you lying to me, Alps? Why you lying? I don't see any evidence of drilled holes under this thing. Maybe there's a version without it. Maybe we just chose a weird version. Side push with ground terminal. I don't know which type is which. Let's take a look at with ground terminal type. Yeah, I don't know. Did they change the design to add the pins? Guide bosses without. Ah, see, yeah, this one doesn't have. Okay, so this is technically the version that we're doing here, the one without the holes. Did I download the wrong package? Oh dear God, we're a couple windows deep at this point. Yeah, no holes. Okay. All right, so it's just a part number thing. Some of them have it, some of them don't. You either got it or you don't. You don't got it. All right, so this one doesn't got it. So I'm going to go back into, well, we'll be adding that part in a minute. First, I need to make it. So I need a generic package that I'm going to replace. In this case, I guess a crystal is going to do. Because I'll get rid of the 3D model and put my own on top of that. So in this, I guess we could possibly make those pins kind of have the proper pad spacing on it. That's just a little extra detail that we can incorporate. So, what do they want from me? Ground terminal land. No solder shall be applied. What? Wait, what? Ground terminal land. What? Yeah, it's a surface mount part with holes. It makes sense. I mean, it's good design for them to have those pegs in there because that takes the force of, you know, the 8-ton gorilla poking the skirt button, because you know, you're basically, this button as it is configured right now is relying on the interface between the copper and the substrate in order to hold it on, in order to hold it in place, which is fairly weak when you're talking about the amount of force that a person can put into this thing. Skirt, skirt, skirt. Skirt. I should send Djibouti a skirt button. What do you guys? Skirt? Skirt, 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 skirt. Still trying to figure out what, like, projects that are as much of a home run as the Tom's Button project. Because that thing was such a home run. I'm gonna be hard pressed to come up with something like that for other streamers. Maybe I could just make something stupid to send to them. I could just make something stupid. Default stupidity is probably the best idea, right? Djibouti needs a fart box. I don't think they would want that. They control. Justin is very much in control of the amount of morning zoo radio show style stuff that leaks onto the screen, right? He controls the bonks. He controls all of that stuff with a foot pedal. So if I made them a fart box, the fart box is more unbridled. It's more of a random force of nature than anything else. A random force of nature calls. Box of switches. Switches get stitches. It's always chasing skirt, 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 skirt. All right, so we need to, what I want to do is I want to trick the 3D part maker into putting down these pads. I can trick the 3D part maker into putting down these pads, and then at least we don't need to totally move tons of stuff around in order to make our parts proper. Now, all these tools for making this kind of stuff exists within Fusion and, you know, Library.io and Eagle and all that stuff, but I'm kind of using the test to take the test here in order to build all of the different components of this part as much as I can. Why am I getting like little bits of frame lag? Are you guys seeing that? Every now and then a frame like locks up on the computer. I think maybe we're due for a restart on this thing. I think also because I have 70,000 windows open because of the way Fusion works. See that right there? When I said 70,000, my jaw kind of stuck in a location for a minute. BLDC, Blade Launcher. 10,000 RPM. It has its own gravitational force. It's moving so quickly. All right, I don't know what this ground terminal land crap is. What kind of footprint did these guys put on it from Mauser? Yeah, see, this one has the holes. I got to make sure that I order the right one, otherwise I'm going to be cutting them. But yeah, this is simple, very simple part layout, so I think I can do that pretty easily. We'll just add a couple lines to symbolize the front of the button. The button. Okay, so this is another reason that I don't use Mauser, is I would have to figure out, either get their library manager, which fuck that, I'm not doing that, or figure out how to unpack the files that they're giving me. But they don't even have the 3D model in this. So I don't like it. If the switch is based on metal flexure, then it might slide onto that no solder pad. What does Alps do? Alps is doing nothing back there. I think that's just, that might just be where the mechanical part of the switch pokes out. No, it doesn't. It doesn't poke out. What kind of crack are these people on? Yeah. You got a lot of dome switches in here. This is how you call a cat. Skirm. Skirm. You ever just punch the skirm button? I do. Okay, yeah. Let's make sure these pads are in the right place. So we're technically putting a crystal in, which is a little weird. That's got a broad outline. I guess that's okay. And then I need to get it to match this guy. And we are doing, trying to fool this thing into doing the right thing. So E1 is 0.4. 0.4. And we'll just make both of them 0.4. 0.4. The technical body outline of the package goes from the outside of those. So that's 5 on D. Nope. 5 and 5. 2 5s. 5, and then the vertical is 2.2. That's E. 2.2. 2.2. A is the height, don't care. D is, we got that. Wait a minute. No, D1. Oh, wrong one. D1, I put the wrong thing in there. 2.2 for D1. Or sorry, yeah, D1 is 2.2. 2.2. 2.2. Isn't this exciting? And then 2.2 overall for the height. So D1 is this gap here. That's 2.2. Got that. E1 is this gap right here. That's 0.4. Got that. D is the overall. That's 5. So we'll put that in there. 5 by 5, 2 in the pipe. 5 and 5. And then E, which is just the overall height, 2.2. Okay. And then A is the height of the thing. I don't care. Fabrication tolerance, etc. Don't care. All right, update that preview. Bop. Now our crystal is now has button pads. Good day. Why do you work in Easy IDE? KiCad Altia Mentor? What? What is that? Is that even a question? What is that? I'm working in Fusion Eagle. I like Fusion Eagle just because of the presentation of it is nice. AutoCAD is where I cut my teeth. I know how to make stuff in AutoCAD. I knew how to make stuff in Eagle. I had a bunch of really nice Eagle libraries, and then I moved over to, I mean, AutoCAD and Fusion were my tools, and now they've merged into Fusion 360. So that's why I use them. I don't use Altium because I'm not made of money. You know, like I can't afford those tools. They price their tools like as if you were a consultant that was going to be designing things like for aerospace companies tomorrow. Like, how do you line up that client? How do you even get your hands on that software to learn it? It's ridiculous. Mentor. Some people use KI. I don't know if small companies use. They shouldn't use KiCad. But I like this software because I know how to use it. Even though this part needs some review and revision. This particular workflow right here is crazy. But anyway, that's just what we got. All right, so that's that. So I'm gonna save that. I don't know what Mentor is. I've never even heard of it. I don't know. I know Altium exists, and there's some other like big boy software for doing CAD, but I don't know. I'm having fun with this. This is fun. I can put together my drawings. I can get all my stuff down. Benj Commenge, thank you for following. I appreciate that. Appreciate all those follows. You guys are great. So this is our crystal that we are going to turn into a switch. And I'll have to, I guess when I put the 3D part in, I'll alter the outline so that it looks proper. Because yeah, right now it's outlining the crystal and not the part that I want to put in. Why are these like? Let's go over a little bit. That's gonna be odd. All right. Well, anyway, let's finish that. Oh, what are my options? That's just visual things. How do I get rid of the options page? Oh, I guess I click it again. All right. Weird. Look at this crystal. It's like, kill me. I'm an abomination. Eh. Okay, so now that I've done all that, I guess I could just save this. What's the button? Oh, finish. There we go. Version patch will be created, after which you can generate new patches, blah, 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 blah. Okay. Okay, all right, all right, all right, all right. Mentor is geared up for big teams of PCB designers. That's cool. We used Mentor at the last company that I worked. Interesting. Yeah, I'm not a big team, so. Easy EDA. I've only heard of it. I don't care. I'm using this. I mean, it's like I don't care. All right. I just wanted you to use the most optimal IDE in order to do what you're trying to do. That's always what it is. All right, so we're done with making that. So now that's on my personal library. So now I can do add a package from the web. I can go to my packages and I can edit this thing, enter new package variant. This would be SKSC, right? So there's almost everything we need. Not quite. What we can do is we can edit the 3D package now. The reference package is not stored in Fusion Team. Do you wish to copy? Fine. Whatever. Save. Okay. So now, I'm just going to take this, and I'm going to delete it. I delete the boy. Delete. They'll never know. All right, so now what I can do is just go into my stuff. I can just go poop that thing down there. Look at that. Look at that boy. Look at him go. So we got this thing on here, and I'm tempted to just leave it exactly as it is. I think that's probably a good idea. What is that? Oh, that's our marking. So click OK on that. And now we can edit the footprint. See, they put the footprint in here as like dotted lines so that you can position everything. So this is all positioned and in place. So I'm going to finish that. You know, finish the package, add it to the library. I certainly do. Save it. Okay. All right, all right, all right. That should hopefully change. Well, maybe in the future. Maybe in the future that symbol will change. And so now what I want to do, so now that I've got that package on there, yeah, this one needs to be, so edit the footprint. All right, now let's see. So that's the outline, that's the physical outline, and I can pull that in a little bit if I want to. I need to figure out what that dimension is. And there they are, all the dimensions I could possibly eat. So that ground terminal is on the back of this specific one. The one that I have on the Alps board doesn't have that. I'm just going to go with the generic outline, which is 3.55 by 3.5. So 3.5 by 3.5. And this is on a center origin, so that's going to be kind of annoying to do. Yeah, 3. All right, so we need half of 3.5. Why are you coming in from left field with these questions? 3.55 over 2, 1.775. Properties, negative 1.775. Negative 1.775. That's that one. Properties, 1.775. 2, 1.775. Oops, that's a 7. 7.75. Look at them go. Beautiful. All right, let's see what's next. I do want to put the button outline on there so that I can see it. And that goes on this layer, so. Pop, 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 pop. So if we are to be faithful to the size of this thing, our height is 2.9. And the outline is just going to get kind of close to that, right? It's just going to kind of give me, the PCB designer, an idea of what the size of this thing is when I'm designing the board, right? No, we actually have absolutely no idea if there's enough room on this board for the switch. I don't know. That is a 484 number. It's probably a COVID screening for my doctor's appointment. One sec. Hello? Guys, it's the warranty department. Oh my God, my warranty is expired? Oh dear God. Listen, I can't go another day without a warranty. Oh my God, I am, okay, yeah, let's solve this. Let's solve this right now, please.
As you should have received mail.
I didn't receive any mail.
Be connected to a warranty specialist.
Oh my God, I need to speak to a warranty specialist. Please, hurry up. Just hurry. I just need this warranty. I didn't get any information for this previously, and you guys didn't contact me, and so I don't know what the status of my, I hung up on them. Fucking hate those calls, man. Why isn't it, I think my phone froze. My phone hated that so much it froze. Oh, there we go, it hung up. Those fucking things. God. What is my vehicle warranty gonna do for me? I was just about to kill myself. Like, God damn, I fucking, those calls. Yeah, we need a warranty for the Switch, right? 2.9, what an annoying number. Plus minus 0.1. So I could just take this as 3. Let's just take it as 3. That way we're at positive and negative 1.5. So properties, this one is at 1.1. We'll just take that to 1.5. And we'll take this one to 1.5. And the 775 number I should probably alter as well. But, and then we need to take these two lines. Well, actually, those two lines are probably on point. It's just these two need to go to negative, let's do 1.75. The other ones are at 775. What I'm doing here is moving the silkscreen lines and the part layout lines in order to give myself an idea of, wait, what the hell? Of what is here. Like, where is this stuff going to be when I put down this part? Because remember, it's not a crystal, it's a switch. So now in both layers, I've got those outlines there. I would like to put a little button front on this thing. For that, I create a line. And the line I am putting on the, I believe, document layer. Let's take a, what layer are these on? Properties. Yeah, T-Docu. So T-Document layer. This is not a layer that goes outside of CAD. This exists simply, this layer only exists in order for you to lay out your parts properly and know where there's interference and stuff like that. So T-Docu. And then I need what is essentially, oh God, I got to do this in coordinate space because of the way this stuff works. Into coordinate space you go, never to be heard from again. All right, so there's that. That's not really going to get me very far. We got to figure out where the hell these things are going. So in coordinate space, it would almost be prudent for me to just like design this in, this heat can fuck off already. It's 95 for over 3 weeks. Yeah, I'm getting sick of being chilled down here. I know it's not much to complain about, but in the basement with the air handler, it gets very cold down here when we have a heat wave. Not to mention the electricity bill sucks. It really sucks. All right, part. So a little button part of the button in coordinate space, right? Oh, well, this is nice. They give us it in reference to the center. That's actually very nice of them. That's very nice of them to do. Thank you for doing that. I really do appreciate that, actually. So 2.1. Oh, that's so much nicer. Properties. This one is negative 2.1. How do I know what number to alter? I guess. I'm guessing. It's just a guess. So this one is at positive half of 1.6. I am too dumb to do math in my head. If you guys have ever streamed, you know how difficult it is to do anything mathematical on stream. It's like taking a test. Got a nice breeze. Dewey, why are you here and not on a bicycle in the middle of a tornado, cackling away with your little dog in the basket? Positive, negative 0.8. Dewey is like Hurricane Central right now. What? Negative point. I can't alter it. Positive, negative 0.8. Oh, 0.8. Why doesn't it let me? Ah, weird. Okay, 0.888. There. And then this one negative. It doesn't, oh, weird. It doesn't let you add the numbers because it throws an error or something. 0.8. It makes me think the keyboard's broken. You're packing up the office right now? Oh, damn, dude. I hope you'll be able to not get totally fucking obliterated by this hurricane. It's crazy. Where are we right now? We're at negative 1.5, I think. So these will go from negative... No, wait. If that's 2.1, 1.27 into 1.5. Yeah, okay, there we go. 0.27, 1.5. That's all the button that the button has to button? Look at that little button. Alrighty, so that's our button. We now have the proper layout for the button. Now I would probably want to change the name and value text maybe, but this we don't need. We don't need a pin 1 designator. Because the button has the button coming out of the button. That's all the button we need to button. So there's our button. We're buttoning the button. Button's buttoned up. We're ready to button. We're going to button this all over the button. Cool. All right, so that's done. Control S. Probably calling it OSC whatever is bad, but I can't bother right now. So that's that. We need a symbol for it. We must become a symbol. So back to, no, not that. Devices. We're in this guy. Let's open it up. Sure wouldn't be cool if this thing didn't update. I think I need to, like, update it. But for now, I need a symbol. So add a symbol. Oh, that's right, because, yeah, I can drag it and drop it into here or something like that. Trim pot, standoff, switch momentary. What is that symbol? That is not, that's not what I don't want that. How do I close that? I can't close it. Devices, go back to the device we're working on. New symbol, and we'll call it Alps. What is it? SKSC. Okay. All right. So simple as can be. We got a box. That's not the right thing. That's not the right thing. Oh boy. Symbols layer. What layer am I going on here? I need to open up something else that I can just copy. None of these are going to be quite what I'm looking for. So value name, this is on the symbols layer. This is probably on the value layer. I want to keep these layers right in the part so that I don't have to think about it in the future. Yeah, values and then name. Okay. All right, cool. Go back to this. It's like in the library manager, I don't know what windows are open right now. No redemption message in chat for that one? Huh. That's weird. Lots of buttons, yeah. You saw the message? There's a, yeah, I don't know, Twitch being Twitch, you know? All right, so symbols, I need a box. We're just gonna make a box. It'll be a tiny little switch box. To be fair, that's probably not what we should do. What do they do on their data sheet? What are you guys doing here? What is this? What is this? What is all this? What are you doing? Show me the data. There's the data sheet. They do that. Nah, let's just do a box. We'll just do a box. This doesn't need to be fancy. This is internal only. It's only for me. Doing this for me. For meat. Let's see. So if I put pins on this, 1, 2, flip it, 3, 4, and then the relationship between 1, 3, 2, and 4, according to the data sheet, 4 and 3 are connected, 1 and 2 are connected. Well then, I can just do 2 circles. Okay, I had to click and release. Let's go ahead and hold Alt so that we get alternate spacing on this thing. Jeez, like that. Like that. And then I can just do a line and a line. No? Okay. All right. All right. All right. And let's see. Do I want to draw it instead of actually labeling the part, or do I want to move? I think I probably want to move the pin text out. Or maybe I can't. Yeah, I can't. I'm on the wrong layer anyway. Maybe I could just leave it like that for now. No, it was not me. I didn't make that noise. That is incorrect. Name. Is it lowercase? I think it is. And this would be... Ah, I gotta copy it off of something else. Hold on. .07. 0.07 for this, so bop. Wait, was that in all caps? Oh god, I keep forgetting. Yes, it is in all caps. All right, so 0.07 on this. We're on the name layer. Name, and then go to the value layer. This layer is all about value. Value A. I didn't put the text down. I just told it to make that text and not do anything with it. Value. All right. Name and value. Got that down there. Got 4 of them pins. I can hit Alt to pack that in there a little bit. There we go. I have a generic sort of idea of what the signal looks like. I put the button in there like that. Maybe I should draw some lines, but I think that's okay. I think that'll give me enough information. Nah, I think I need to draw lines. I need to draw lines. Let's draw lines. Let's draw lines on. Draw lines on. We go to symbols there, and then that's gonna get in the way of the text. So this is gonna be a mess. Alt spacing. Boot. It's completely, everything is off by a little bit. No. Maybe I can push that over a little bit. Like that. Oh dear God, why did you decide to select that? What in the, okay. Why is it selecting that? Jeez. What is this? Is this a joke? Is this some kind of joke? Oh man. It is some kind of joke. Yeah, it will not, okay, all right, Control Z, I don't care anymore. I'm done. You go back to there. Whatever. It's gonna look weird. It'll be fine though. I'm getting like so super distracted by this right now. I mean, we were gonna be taking apart GroovySomething's like little RC car radios today. I'm just taking a look at this stuff, but I wanna put the button in here before I move on. Because I wanted that circuit board to be like done. So all right, there's our symbol, Alps SKSC. It's a total fucking mess of a part, but good enough for me to poop on. That looks crooked. Maybe it's not. All right, anyway. Yeah, all right, there's our symbol. Now we go back to our part. I guess I just gotta keep double clicking to reopen it. And then take the symbol. Let's plop that in there. No? Okay. No, not what I wanted. How do I associate that? Did I need to have made it? Edit description, blah, 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 blah. 3D model, attach copying existing, remove, edit, duplicate, create new. I thought it was a drag and drop kind of thing. I thought. So I want that, and then I want to add the symbol in here. Oh, I think it's yeah, there we go. It's that button. The button that does the thing. What in the holy hell is going on here? Why are those like that? why is it? Why are they like anchored in a weird way? Why? What is that? Why is that? What is that? What happened? Okay, all right. We're not gonna rock the boat on that one. We're just gonna place that down there and be done with it. Now this should have updated with the new model by now. I wonder, well, it needs to be like updated and uploaded and stuff, but connect 1 to 4, yeah, connect, done. And then I guess maybe I go to manage and I send it to library.io. User saved. New version of your library will be created. Create. Hopefully that'll do it. We'll see. I hate how the process involves overwriting a previous part. So technically the oscillator we made is actually this button. So supposedly, there it is. All right. And we shouldn't have that circle on there, but I guess that's just what it is. Okay, so that is our button. Let's put the button on the board, the BWOARD. What's this little guy over here? Oh, check for GPU driver update. Oh boy. NVIDIA GeForce. DirectX, blah, blah, blah. Anti-aliasing on, ambient occlusion, object shadow. Why is that off? Oh. Transparency effect, better. Oh man, I'm limited by the technology of my time. I had a little update status window in the corner that said my graphics card wasn't super duper good for doing CAD, which is a little ludicrous because this thing isn't really rendering anything all that complicated. Would be nice to get the 1080 FTW into this computer, but graphics cards are a myth. So, all right, anyway, we're done building that part. Close that out, close that out. Now, I can go to my two-dimensional board. Sorry, the schematic is what I want. I can go to the schematic, and I can delete these two parts. Dead. Dead. And now, I can go into the library manager. How dare you not run a workstation card for a workstation workload? Are these applications optimized for workstation cards? I have a couple workstation cards. They're not any good. I had a friend get to college, and he bought a workstation card for like $2,000 back when graphics cards were only like $120. He bought a really expensive workstation card and discovered that it couldn't run games. It wasn't designed to run games. Like, you just can't. And so he made like a sphere in CAD and just looked at it a lot just to see it work at its maximum. This is like in the 2000s. So he then had to return the card and get an actual video card so that he could run games. I don't know what workstation cards are like anymore, because I mean, these graphics cards are probably better, maybe. And I think Fusion is more catered towards them. Hey, Mahalo, how you doing? I'm pontificating about stuff that I don't really know anything about, so feel free to correct me. All right, so mechanical, Alps. Okay, look at you. Look at you, you little bastard. You little switch bastard going in here. So let's get this thing into the drawing. It looks like the traces need to be moved around. So let's just go ahead and delete all of that. And then I'll just get This thing, the 50, add another $1 to the board just to add this thing. It's ridiculous. This is ridiculous. I like the part designation. Alps. Every cat in the neighborhood knows that you're using a button. Yeah, Thurston Waffles. Fusion does mostly CPU rendering. Okay. Yeah. When I enabled the overlay on my other computer, it actually put the overlay on Fusion. So I know it's doing something with the graphics card. Maybe not much, but I mean, it is doing something with it. All right, so we're done with that. And now we can go to the 2D layout. And now we're going to have a new part. Oh no, where did my program button go? Well, this is on the top layer. We need to flip that over to the bottom layer. So there's our... Oh, I don't have the document layer open. Yeah, that's the other problem. Oh, and the name is all wrong. Let's go back over to here. We're not ready yet. Why the dollar sign? Why? Ugh. See, one of the steps that I did on this that you guys didn't see is I went through and I renamed everything. The U's and the V's and the R's and the C's, just to make sure that everything is all right. I heard a legend that graphics cards were sold in shops in the before times. Yes. Back in the ancient days when our cars were powered by wood, we used to go to the computer store with no pretense about what we were going to do there. And we would look on the shelf and we'd say, hey, that one has a colorful box that has like a fairy on it or some shit. Let's buy that and put it in our computer. And we would take it off of the shelf. There would be multiples on a shelf with no glass. And we would take it and we would buy it and then we would install it. And it just worked. S1. It's a switch. It's a $1 switch. I know, man. There's a 50-cent switch that I'm adding to this fucking thing. 50 cents? Is that really... For a test board, it's fine. It's a little bit crazy. 50 cents for one of these things. What are you gonna do? If I used a more generic switch, I could probably have gotten a cheaper one. But it's a button that'll allow me to program the thing. Consumer graphics cards are better for games, but workstation cards or Quattros are better at CAD. Other used CADs in some cases, like SolidWorks, they only guarantee their software to work in Quadro cards. Huh. Some features like real-time rendering are disabled for non-Quadro cards, even though gaming cards are more than powerful enough to handle it like that. Yeah. Yeah, the Project Bean counter. Well, luckily that's me, and I am not happy. Drop Quadro RTX 4000 for Fusion CAD Cam. It doesn't do much. Huh. I have... Oh, no, I gave them to a friend of mine. I had a couple old Quadros from, like, a Mac server a while ago, but they're not good. I would assume that regular consumer graphics cards are probably better for this stuff. But, I don't know. Workstation cards being what they are. It'd be nice if they... And I think they are. I think they are, you know, catering a little bit more towards regular people with regular hardware. It's like I can't afford to have something that specialty around here. Because it's like the graphics card is not only helping me with rendering the three-dimensional model here, it's also doing the encoding for the video right now. So it's pretty crazy. All right, anyway, let's go to the two-dimensional now that that's renamed. Now I've got S1 there, and I got to make sure that it's the right size. So they decided to make it 1.27. For me, all of the designators are in 0.6. So that makes it a little bit easier for me to deal with. N20, man, we got a lot of traces at this point. V plus on the outside, huh? And since the top docu layer is not visible... Oh, the T-origin layer isn't even visible. Hold on, I need to make that visible so that I can grab it. So the T-origin, the origins are basically your little crosshairs that will allow you to grab parts. So it's important to be able to see them in order to move this to the bottom layer. So I grab the part, I shake it, center click, pops it down to the bottom layer, and now that docu layer is visible. So now we know where all the parts of our button are. And it is a little bit big for this area. We can make it work, though. I can make that work. I may have to twist. I may have to give this thing a little titty twister in order to get it to fit. I mean, the alternative is that I put it over here, but let's, I'm gonna rip up this area. Basically, just take the whole thing up. I mean, I can fit the button going the other way. I can make it go crossways. I'll do that first. And we'll see what's going on here. Yeah, I don't know. I think it's silly to have workstation cards, you know? All right, so grab that, and then let's rip up some of these guys. I'm glad they disabled the thing in Eagle where if you double click on the air wire, it rips up every trace on that line. Because when you're trying to like mess around with your voltage lines and you accidentally double click it, it would delete all of the voltage lines across the entire board. That was a rough feature. That led to some heartache on my part. So the debate is whether or not I want to actually turn the entire IC on its side to fit this button. Which wouldn't be too bad. It's just the power line would run in a kind of a weird way. Not that I can't mess, I can change that. And I can also mess with these vias a little bit here. I could redesign this pretty much whole area. Getting the LEDs out of there. Maybe I'd turn it that way. Both sides, so what I've done is I've done a fill, whatever it's called. Not flood fill. What do I want to call that? Plane fill, whatever. I don't know, there's a name for it. The type of fill that I've done. And that fill is designed to basically take whatever layer I designate it at and distribute it throughout the board. The most common is ground, because that will protect you from noise and stuff like that. However, you can also do that with voltage lines and stuff like that. In the previous version of this board, I actually used some of the polygonal fill in order to make up large traces that I had to route to and fro. How did I get started with PCB design? I wanted to make a PCB, and then I did. That's pretty much it. That's like, there's not much else to that. I wanted to make a PCB, so I made a PCB. That's all she wrote. So this is if the button is off this side. The program button. I guess I'm okay with it coming off of that side because I can still reach that, because that's the front of the RC car. I was thinking that it would be best if it was down here, but this button is a little big. Let's take a look at what this looks like in 3 dimensions. Hopefully this doesn't break everything. Stupid song stuck in my head. Dad rock. I don't like where that capacitor is. I should probably center it between these two things. It looks awkward. Look, now there's a button. A little button sticking out over the corner there. Look at him go. Ooh-wee. Look at that little guy. Look at that little guy. Yeah. Yeah. That little programming button there. What's he doing? What's he doing over there? Hey, buddy. What are you doing over there? You just chilling. So the post's probably get in the way of this. So because you have vias that connect to the other side, I assume that means that both layers are grounded. Yeah, both layers are ground, and what you're basically doing is wrapping your design in tinfoil. And then you put vias through both of those in order to bridge them together. And that creates like a ground plane that helps deal with interference. It makes sure that your components get all of the noise filtrated, whatever the power that they need and the noise they need, etc. Basically, the way that I do this, a board like this, is I started out with my mechanical outer size, right? You got the mechanical outer size, you get all your parts in, and you start throwing them together. And that was it. Basically, when we looked at, this is important to pay attention to, is the process. When we looked at some of the boards that I had sitting in my files, one of them was just parts strewn out on the board, because a lot of this design involves mechanical tolerances and, you know, physical placements. So it started out with size of outline of board, parts go on board wherever, figure out where some of those layout components are going to be, how I'm going to do connectors and stuff like that, start choosing connectors and things like that. Then you hide all of the air wires associated with ground. You design the board. Usually I go signals first, then power, because power can kind of snake around stuff if it needs to, right? Then you flood fill. You do a polygonal fill of that ground, and so all of that interstitial space can be taken up by grounded traces. From there, one of the things to look out for is to make sure that your grounds are getting everywhere that they need to. Sometimes, because there's not the highlighting of the whole substrate of the board is really annoying. I can't point at stuff without the whole screen going gray. You can see over there that there was not like continuity, so they didn't fill the ground in there. So if I really absolutely needed a ground plane to be in that location, I could pop a via in there in order to make sure that it's there. Now there are, you know, obviously every single decision that's made here has some kind of like a justification behind it, right? All these little choices that I'm making about where to put the vias and what to do, you can justify it till you're blue in the face, or you could just make a board that looks somewhat like a professional circuit board, and you'll probably get close enough to the right part of those decisions anyway. Like, people will justify until they are blue in the face every last decision that they make on these designs. Where is that getting ground? Is that looks orphaned. What's going on over there? There should be a via there. Over by U5. Take a look at the top layer before I let this go. Top, place, origins. Over by U5 right here. Where's it getting ground from? Ah, looks like nowhere. Well, ain't that something? We gotta pop a ground in there. So I'm gonna copy this one and put it, well, let's give it right about here. And now AutoCAD is like, all your designs are out of sync, everything sucks. It's like, Jesus, calm down for a minute. So yeah, if I want to move that switch, I can possibly redesign this a little bit to fit. I mean, this is an okay placement, but let's get this all the way out. Yeah, sometimes it's just art. It's, you know, technically, if you really want to split hairs, you can split hairs about every single decision that you've made designing the circuit board. However, PCB training from FETs Academy. Interesting. I don't know anything about that. But yeah, sometimes it's better just to tell people to shut the fuck up and you built it the way you built it, unless they have an actual, like, legitimate concern. It's worth evaluating whether or not they have an actual legitimate concern about your layout, but a lot of the stuff in circuit boards, I don't think you can run you can't really justify them a ton. Sometimes you do it because it looks good. That's why I did curved traces. But there's a lot of that. There's a lot of that in this hobby. Like, if you share something, everybody is going to need to make a comment on it, and typically the comment is going to be, should you have done X, or why did you do Y, or why would you do this when you could do this way? Those are going to happen. Those are just going to be, you know, the comments that you get. I probably could come in on this pin right here. There's a lot of open space up here, but the less they know, the longer the comment. I don't know if I'd put it to that. I mean, typically it comes from a good place, and typically it's somebody trying to show off that they know what they're talking about, which is fine. That's fine. But this is a weird one because of the way it's defining it. It's making these little. It's not a perfect circle. It has a point. It does have a point. So I don't like that, but I'm not going to do anything about it. All right, so we got the 3D circuit board done, right? I'm going to hit save on this, and what that's going to do is it's going to systemically break down all of the file associations that exist within this document and turn them into dust and ash. And then I will cry over it, basically, in an open field. But yeah, now that that's there, all of those changes can trickle down to the other stuff, and I can go to the full assembly, and that part will update. The assembly part will update, which is what was pulled into here. No worries about accidentally pressing a protruding button. It doesn't do anything when the software is running. Remember that we programmed this thing. It only does stuff when you first boot up the microcontroller. I know I still have to make the traces for the button, but I haven't done that yet because it's I'm looking at the physical stuff. So yeah, lifting this board up is probably a necessity. It's going to have to come up. I haven't made any of the posts for it yet, but I will have to clearance this screw right here. And the microcontroller's hitting anyway, so if that's there, can I get to it? Yeah, I'd say yeah. I'd say I can get to it. Will the servo push it? Actually, the servo might press the button. Do you have videos documenting the whole modeling process? My modeling videos are private. Thank you very much. I mean, we've been working on this for quite some time. Unfortunately, I don't. I'm not making tutorials. It probably would behoove me to make some tutorials about stuff, how I do stuff, how I create stuff. But that will leave the field open for tons of commentary on why do you do it like this? Why do you do it like that? My brother Jimbo does it this way. I don't know. I should do more stuff like that, but I have not. No. Mostly we just do this stuff on stream, tootling around. What annoys me is that this capacitor is going to be at the very height limit that I set out. I tried to make this thing shorter than that cross beam in the RC car. I don't know about having this button in there. This is definitely some good information. I did some forum spelunking, and apparently that method of creating the part and then copying over the part, like basically just kicking the other part out, is apparently the way you're supposed to do it. According to posts that were from like November of last year, which is 2020. Guys, it's 2021. What the fuck happened? When did that happen? Jesus Christ. I was looking at forum posts. I'm like, it's from November of it's only from November. Like, wait, that was like almost a year ago. Holy shit. I love to have seen earlier parts of the modeling process. I joined when you basically had the entire car done and we're starting on the PCB. Oh, listen, there was a lot of curse words at the beginning of this modeling process. I found this channel recently, sadly. Yeah, it's a sad day when you find this channel. I'm very sad for you for finding this channel. There you go. Okay, anyway. The beginning of the modeling process basically started with other parts. But when I really got down to it, what I did is I took this floor pan right here and I know it's not what you meant. I'm intentionally twisting your words to be entertaining. Welcome to my entertainment show. telling him for a while he should just highlight his VODs so people can watch old episodes. Well, so I've got everything on a hard drive. I don't have an editor. I don't think I can afford an editor at the moment. I can barely afford myself. I probably need to go through and just like take clips and put them onto a VOD channel on YouTube or something like that, right? There's not enough practical CAD content out there. Most of it's here's a part I've designed 1,000 times off camera, and not enough, here's how I'm going to solve the problem. That's true, yeah. Yeah, highlight the whole VOD and it doesn't get deleted. I don't do that, though. I don't know. I would rather move them to a YouTube channel anyway. But I have them, I just need to upload them to a YouTube channel. And cut out the music and do stuff like that. YouTube is scary as shit, though. I'm gonna get like arrested by the federal police if I upload to YouTube. I know you don't do that. That's the point. Listen. So the modeling process for this RC car. This started with the pans. I started with a floor pan, and I tried to measure out to even numbers where all the holes were. I actually photocopied the pan and I moved it into the CAD program. So there's technically a where is it? I think somewhere in here there's a document that has basically the plate on it. I might have gotten rid of it. Oh, maybe it might be a sub drawing. Like each part for this thing is its own file, and then this is the file where I've put everything together. One of the most important things that you can do with Fusion Eagle, mainly Fusion, is have all of those assemblies go in at the same time. All those assemblies are down here. I've taken the timeline and I've organized some of the features of the timeline into groups. This first group is all just pulling the parts in. They didn't happen all at once. I didn't have all the parts ready to go immediately from the get-go. What I did is, as I started adding more and more parts, I would drag the timeline back to here, back to this step where I'm inserting stuff, insert the stuff, position it, and then go back to this step right here. And this step right here is just locking everything into position. That helps keep the rest of your drawing clean, because if you're constantly going back and altering the position of holes and stuff like that, you need to have an acute understanding of what parts of the timeline happen when. Because if I move a hole and that isn't associated with the very first sketch of that in the timeline, I might have moved that hole at a later time and then designed around where the hole used to be. It's a weird thing. You've got to be cognizant of the entire timeline as you're working with it. That's why over here, this is all no-no zone. This stuff is no-no zone. This stuff is actually the circuit board coming in and being worked on. When I officially put the circuit board into the rest of the design, I will insert it along with all this other crazy crap at the very beginning. But for now, I just have it sitting out here while I work on the board layout and stuff like that. So yeah, button up front. I mean, I guess that's not too bad. It risks getting pressed by the servo arm. This isn't the official servo arm. I got this servo model off of GrabCAD, and it came with its own arm. And I used that, and I moved it forward to about where the servo saver sits on this thing. The last thing that I want is for that servo to hit its own button. Yeah, I know, music to a separate track. I haven't bothered with that though, because I'm not using music that is associated with DMCA's. I'm trying not to, at least. So technically I really should move the circuit board up a little bit, but I just wanted to get a feel for where that button would end up. That is kind of a protected area. I mean, it's actually not a bad spot for it. And I can move the button back. I think I'll move the button back. I won't have it hanging over the edge, because we have no real design reason to have that button hang over the edge of the board. But yeah, that today gave you guys a good idea of what it's like to find a part online and then run DMC, run from the DMCA. What? Yeah, let's move that in a little bit and then I'll wire it up and we'll call that done. Because having the switch there I think is okay. I'll raise the board a little bit for the 3D print, but that doesn't mean anything for finalizing the PCB, which is what we were working on. Believe it or not, and we're still working on it, is finalizing the PCB. So any of the top stuff I don't need to see at the moment. Go away. Anything with a T in front of it. Now there are you can like save views, and I should do that. I should probably save my top and bottom view so I can quickly flip between them. Some people get real good at this CAD stuff. They're using shortcuts for everything. So we'll just move that. We'll just do it like that. I'll just move it into the perimeter fully. And I could just sit next to the microcontroller. And then, well, S1 I can move as well, but for some reason it's selecting the whole thing. All right, let me get into designing this then. Click off, and then put this over here. We can just put that in the middle of it. Yeah, I can just get covered over. And then I do want to have the text program near it. Although that's not going to fit. So, do like this. Hook 'em. BGM. It doesn't, the problem is it's not going to seem like it's associated with it. I mean, that button looks like run DRC. Yeah. Here we run DRC. I don't trust my design rules for this though, because I've got a lot of orphaned signals because of the weird parts that I'm using. DRC, it's dynamite. So that's what that part's gonna look like. That text is a whole hell of a lot larger. I think that's about the size of the PGM text. If I place it right up against it, I guess that would make sense. I could probably do prog. What are we doing? We're editing. Oh yeah, properties. They're prog. Get my proggies. I guess I can move it a little bit. I can move it a little bit, right? I'm not going to go to jail if I move it a little bit. They wouldn't send me to jail for that, would they? I don't think they would send me to jail for that. I'm going to move it a little bit. There's a siren in the distance. I do want to keep it inboard a little bit. What did... broke all the ground planes. Yeah, I kind of want to keep those ground planes all around it. For no reason other than it looks good. This text is really going to be kind of smashed in there, isn't it? Don't say that word here. We're apparently not allowed to utter his name. It's like Bloody Mary into a mirror. Oh yeah, I've repositioned it. I'm going to sync it and let it sink in. Just to see. Yeah, copper. Copper. Somebody said copper on a stream about electronics. I don't know if my my silkscreen keep out area is exactly to seeds parameters. I think so. It's 0.6, I believe. Just intentionally trying to summon them. All right, let's just take a look at that in situ. So this is going to complain and say you need to update your references. It didn't. Oh, maybe because I didn't save this. Oh, we don't even need to open the assembly file, by the way. Save changes, click to review, save, do your thing, doesn't matter. All right. Wait, what happened? Oh, I closed the wrong drawing, didn't I? Nope, I don't want to start a new one. I just want to open up the RC car one. Sorry, I clicked the wrong thing. I clicked the wrong thing. My God. Oh no, we're not there. RC cars. Well, the WL989, my work in progress. The problem is, my big problem with this is that I'm not designing an RC car from the ground up. I'm basically working on the WL989 kit, which means it's not mine. I have an educator license to the software, so it's not like I could make money off of it if I wanted to, but I'm putting all this effort into this. It's a learning project. That's more true to what it is. It's a learning project. All right, so I didn't save the PCB, so it doesn't know that the external reference has changed. because I moved that part so that it doesn't hang over the edge of the board anymore. Maybe it should hang over the edge of the board a little bit. What do you guys... I mean, this one does, doesn't it? Yeah, that hangs over the edge of the board. I think it needs to. I think it needs to. Damn it. Just trying to think of how, like, the physical layout is going to work on this. I guess if you push your finger up against this, you will press that button. I could even do this. Right up against there, but then that screws around with all the ground plane stuff. Ugh. That's not so bad. That's not so bad, is it? Try to get that position correct. That leaves me enough room to do the trace right there. It doesn't need to be a big trace. It's a tiny little thing. And then that puts that over in this zone. Well, let's take a look at it. Let's see what it's like. Didn't this all start with Shorty getting that WL Toys kit for review? You were like, I can make it better. It was me getting the... I got the WL Toys kit, and I said, this sucks. Like, it's like the suspension is good, the parts are good, the idea is there, but it sucks. And so I ended up getting like a series of $20 purchases in order to improve this thing. $20 for the carbon fiber parts, $20 for the metal parts, another $20 for the appropriate working, metal whatevers, $20 for the spring kit, and then I 3D printed my own little stalks for that. Another probably $5 in threaded rod. $20 for it's just everything. Everything was $20. Ridiculous. Yeah, making your own PCBs, thing of the past. At least in terms of what I do. It's too much effort to create your own PCB from copper-clad board when you can go to an external service for a couple dollars and they'll do it for you. And they make a professional-looking board that doesn't, like, flake off and have all the weirdness of personally created circuit boards don't benefit from the process of the bulk process methods that they have of creating circuit boards, right? The circuit boards are a thing, they're a manufacturing phenomenon. So having them manufactured is quite good. Hey, Metric Fox, how you doing? So yeah, this whole thing will get lifted up so that we don't have these conflicting things. And in fact, I can just go back a little bit here. Probably to here. And then I can move this assembly, which is, I believe, all the way down here. Yeah, that. And I'll just do move, 3 components selected. I want to go up just a tiny little bit. We'll go up 0.5. Oh, you know what? No, that was the wrong thing. Control Z. Undo. Yeah, that only locked one part in place. So I'm going back to this step so that I can actually select all the stuff. Oh yeah, it looks like it ignored that one too. Okay. Yeah, finished position. See, the copying of the other one is based on that position. This is the problem with the timeline right now. But yeah, all right, let's move that PCB up a little bit. Go back to this step, highlight that. Select the stuff that I want to move, you and you. Select move. Move that up by 0.5, 0.5. There we go. Click OK. Go back on the timeline. And hopefully that screw ends up in the right place. Oh, I need to finish. Yeah, finish that. Nope, the screw is 0.5 millimeter below where it should be because of the screwed up timeline. but I can just move that up half. This is the problem with having a messed up timeline. But I can fix that all in post. I can do that later. Make sure that this drawing is stable and doesn't have errors like that happening all over the place. There we go. So theoretically, that button is going to sit there. It'll sit inboard to the PCB so that this thing can't hit it, that the servo arm can't hit it. It's going to be right over the screw that mounts the servo in place. I guess that's okay. It's a pretty strong little button. It should be okay with that. It's not going to face outwards like I wanted it to. It would have been better to have it face outwards on this plane here, but I just can't physically fit it. I could mess around with the way that this thing is laid out, twist the IC, and then try to get that button onto that space. But I don't know if that's strictly necessary. I don't think we need to do that. I think having the button there, kind of around the corner, is not a bad thing, because I mean, when this thing rolls on its side, I guess the wheel's going to protect that if it rolls on its side like that. It's a pretty protected spot, but you can also get a finger in there pretty easily. So, you guys talking about making PCBs? Yeah, the mill's manual. I would love to turn it into a little bit more CNC. I think what I'd want to do is use the Granite Devices stuff to do it, though. So that would be very expensive for me to... That'd be a very expensive venture. And there are kits for that mill to turn it into a CNC. Boy, that would be loud and obnoxious to have in here. It would be nice to be able to CNC my own stuff, but if you're making tiny little parts, like these tiny little RC car parts, you need a big mill to do that. You can't do it... Well, I mean, you know, that's not strictly true. You can do it with a smaller mill, but the small mill doesn't have the inertia behind it. Yeah. Method that uses UV mask and printing on a transparent sheet, then acid etching. Yeah, and you need to have a heater for the etchant, and you need to have a bubbler in the etchant, and then you need to have storage for the etchant. You used to be able to get that etchant at Radio Shack. Not anymore, I don't think. CNC boards are too rough. The profile of them is rough. The stuff that you spray it with for the solder mask is rough. The what are they? The hoops, the little rivets that you put in the vias are rough. Everything doesn't turn out right on a... See, the thing is, you get plated through holes when you send stuff out to a manufacturer, so you don't have to have a bubbler. Oh, so you can just sit there and shake it every now and then? Shaking it? Shake it real good? Well, I don't know. If you wanna print your own PCBs, do it for fun. If you wanna actually get something done with your design, send it to a place and just sit on your hands for a week. Bepev, thank you for following. Okay, yeah, so we've got the three-dimensional design. Everything's looking pretty good. I think I'm happy with the Switch. I mean, I'm not amazingly happy with the Switch. I'm not super happy with it, but I'm happy enough. I think that's functional enough where it is, and then I don't have to bother getting a pair of tweezers in order to jumper the thing in order to calibrate it, because you need to hit that several times, and it involves looking at what these LEDs are doing. So having the LEDs so far from the Switch is annoying, but I do need to have a mount there. I need that mounting hole. If I could get rid of that mounting hole, you know, the sky would be the limit. But I need something to hold on to that section of the board. I got 3 mounting points, and this one is going to be a pin. That's just going to be a plastic pin, and then these 2 are accessible from the top nicely. So you can actually get to those, and that should mechanically mount my board in a good place. Start a new project while you wait and forget what you were doing and never do anything with it again. Yeah, you get your circuit board in the mail and you're like, oh yeah, I ordered that. I don't remember doing that. Yeah, it's funny because you used to wait multiple weeks for the circuit board, and so you'd go to order it and you'd just be that. It would be that board meme where the guy's just like sitting on the swing, like looking at his pool. If you regularly need prototypes that fit on one layer, like testing small circuits before integration, milling does work nicely. Well, that's true. Another thing that you can do is just get copper-clad board and use a tile cutter, a linoleum tile sculpting tool, and you can just take that copper clad board and just, you know, open up your own traces. Although in the prototyping, you know, what else to say? Dead bugging and stuff like that. Always, yeah. I got a hold of a PCB mill for my first project. I did not finish my macro pad. Oh, man. Yeah, PCB mills are pretty cool. They're cool stuff. Okay. So far, so good, right? I think I'm happy with that. Mechanically, I'm not amazingly happy with it, but it's good enough that we can live with ourselves for a little bit, right? StarFox333, thank you for the follow. I think I can live with myself having designed that. So where do I want to get power from? I guess I could do a little squiggly right here. It's not going to be very elegant. It looks like crap. It looks like crap. How's that faster? Better something that can do 8mm clearance PCBs in a couple of hours. This is not. It's not. It's just not. But the amount of effort to get to the point of having that tool available to you is that's a lot to go through. I mean, people come in here and they're wondering if they should, or if they need to buy like a PCB mill in order to make a PCB, and that's just not true. So I don't think anybody's arguing that it's like patently better. Those are going to come up with those are going to read as errors, even though I believe the switch should be, there are no connections on these, right? Yeah, there are no connections on these. Let's just see. I think they're internally connected to one another, so I don't have to worry about the other ones. It was a $20 linoleum tile cutter, like, versus how much for a PCB mill? So, I don't know. Also, you can just dead bug stuff. Yeah, internally connected. Internally connected. Okay. So I don't have to worry about routing those. I can just leave those hanging. I could put a via in one of those to strengthen it. Nah. Nah, I think it's pretty good. That button seems to be on there. The cost of bits go... Oh, yeah, I didn't think about that. All the bits that you're shredding. All right, so I think we're good on that. Now I have a programming button. Man, that's a commitment. Would it make sense if it just says Prague in the corner? I guess so. I guess so. All right, I got all the other text in there. Got the date, name of the board, which is gonna, that via is gonna make it Motor Boyd. Got my version number, 2.0.0.0.0.2a. I got the date, which is today, believe it or not. I think that's everything that I want out of this board. I got the pinout correct. I can run a design rule check, and I think I'm going to do that on my own time. The design rule check will check this thing against basically all the rules that you have to work within. One of the interesting things, no, the switch does not need a ground. It's between power and that pin, so that's all wired up. That's all done. The interesting thing about the design rule check is that now all those design rules are just innately in the CAD program. If I try to place a trace down, it will move traces out of the way, or it will flag stuff for being like too close to something. So you've got all those design rules working with you as you're creating the design. So in running a design rule check, I don't think there are going to be any surprises. The only thing that I could possibly come up with are some of these unrouted traces that don't matter. So like that connection to there, or some of the connections to the FET drivers on the other side of the board. You can see there are these little air wires in there, even though they're already connected to one another. I think we're good. I think we're doing pretty good here. I think I'm ready to order this board, which I will do later. But what you need to do in order to order the board is you could just go to, I believe it's like the manufacturer. I'll show that in a minute. But you basically just run the parameters that, you do the design rule check. You make sure that everything's correct on your board, and then you run it using the parameters that are provided by the PCB manufacturer. So you can punch those numbers into your design rules, but then you run it as a cam job, and that will create a bunch of files. Grab those files, put them in a zip thingy, and then you just upload it to the manufacturer. One thing that you should do though is put it through a third-party board viewer. Random stream in 2031. Oh, what was this board? Yeah. What did I make this thing for? What was I thinking when I made this? This thing is gross. This is gross. Where's that getting ground from? All the way over there? We probably need a via over here. Where's that getting ground from? How come none of this stuff came up with any issue? Huh? 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 Okay, let's go. Let's make sure that this thing connects. We are on the top layer, so let's re-enable all of our stuff. Top layer, top placement, top origins, top names is good. Keep out, top test, no. T keep out. T restrict, no. V restrict, drills, holes, etc. T docu, patch top, patchouli, V score. Okay, I think that's all we need. And then go to the top layer here. That's going to prioritize the view. And then, oh yeah, we need to flip the board. Now it's right side up. This area is a little crazy. So I need a ground via over here. Copy that. And then this one, since that pad is already ground, I guess I could just go, I could do like this maybe. And now my documents are out of sync. Oh my God. But that should connect to that ground now. This one probably could use a slightly, somebody subbed. Why walk with a prime? Let's put you up on the board. Thank you for subbing with a prime. I didn't mean for this to take so much time. It's just, this is the work that I had to do. We were gonna take stuff apart. Oh dear God. It is probably hot out. I would assume by the state of that window being completely fogged. Jeez. It might be a little warm out, guys. And hellfire outside. Why walk? Welcome to the board. You're by I jerk off 3 times. Oh, jeez. You're by Centennial. Sentinel. Centennial. Yeah, Centennial. Right. Anyway, welcome to the board. Welcome to the board. Certify that I have nothing to do with the names that are on the board. They are Twitch accounts. They're all Twitch accounts. They've all been approved by Twitch, not me. All right, so we got power in here underneath this. There is ground over there. I could probably drop the via pretty much right there. It does technically get ground from this path here, but I don't like that. That's too far. Too fart. Okay. So I kind of want to drop a via like here-ish, and it'll be something that'll get soldered over, basically. Typically, I don't like to put vias directly on the pads, but I think this is a situation where I can't get around it. I could put the via like here. There. That's getting a little too close. And there might work. I got positive power that's sitting like right next to it. I think we'll just do this because I think that'll bridge it over properly. We'll just do that. Anyone else? That one's getting plenty of ground from all around it. That one we added a via to. Power into there, power into there, power into there, power into there. I had no choice but to use vias there. And then those are coming from the 4.7 UFs, and I had no choice but to put the pad right there. All right, well, that's that. I figure those caps probably have to be pretty close to the chip that requires them, because this is all part of making like a little charge pump in order to create enough voltage to snap the MOSFET on and off. I added traces to ground for these because those are major current sinks, sources, sinks, whatever. I think that's it for the revisions that I wanted to do to this drawing right now. Let's go ahead and shave it. Now, what I was talking about earlier in ordering the board, it's basically going into... Oh, gotta wait, hold on. Going into manufacturing and then running a cam job. So you do the cam processor that opens up a whole set of windows that represent all the different files that it's going to be creating. And then you would run that job. So that job is technically a file that you can get from, and in my case, Seed Studio directly. What's interesting is that there are templates and examples in here, and those are from manufacturers. So back in the day, you could go all the way over here, and here we have Aisler Beta Layout Osh Park Seed Fusion. So if I wanted to run this with Osh Park, I could just do an Osh Park 2-layer cam, run that job, that would give me the files, and then I could send them to Osh Park. Seed Fusion is what I use. I would run a Seed Fusion 2-layer cam job, which sounds filthy, and it is. But then I'd run that, and it would create all the files that I need. I just have to put them in a little zip file and then upload them to Seed Fusion Studio. And of course, before doing that, you want to check your files with a third party. Don't just leave it up to Fusion. But yeah. Boop. I will do that on my own time, because that's fuddy-duddy work. That's real finicky little stupid stuff. I gotta, reference, cross-reference. I gotta order parts. I gotta do all that stuff. So I'll do that some other time. Probably do that maybe tonight. Maybe I'll order this board tonight, and it'll come in the mail, and then I'll be like, hey, that's that board that I made. That'll be cool. Oh, good. Oh, good. Oh, good. Oh, that's great. Oh, gotta love diabetes sometimes, huh? I go to stretch. Hey, JKIV, how you guys doing? 6 people. I just got a fucking major back cramp. I got a Charlie horse with a back muscle, just as you people rated. Okay, there we go. It's coming back. It's coming back. How you guys doing? Had to run for a while. Did the switch fit? Yes. Here, check it out. Check it out. Pop. Although this needs updating, I didn't move it. I just put traces around it. So the switch is going to sit right there. It's the little secret programming switch. I would have liked to have it sit out this side of the board with the LEDs, but we made a compromise and we put it over there because it was a little too wide. So we kind of just fit it underneath the board right there. The mounting stuff for this board is going to be here. There will be one post and then 2 screw posts. Yeah, how you doing, JKIV? How's stuff going on over there? How it go? How you do? How be thing? Yeah, so these modules are gonna sit on top of the circuit board. I'm still debating if I want to make like a little frame that'll hold those in place. I mean, the tape is kind of a gross solution for that. It's I don't know. I don't think I like the tape holding them up. I'll have to see what I find acceptable. Maybe I can come up with something that I can 3D print. Hey, I think we're at a point with this. The only thing that I don't have at the moment are the buttons, and the housing for that connector, the part that plugs into that connector, because I'll have to splice it into the wires for the servo. Splice it in, I mean just crimp a new connector on it, and then that'll be ready to go. You have time to check the switch footprint. What'd you see that you thought was funky? What? I think it's all, I think it's pretty, pretty well represented in there. If we update, then the traces will update too. I've got to make sure that I order the right version of the Switch, because one of the versions of the Switch has studs that sit under the thing. So I got to make sure that I'm not getting the wrong one. Otherwise, those studs will keep me from installing it. And then one version of this thing has like a ground tab that comes out the back of it. But the short sides were each pole of the Switch. Let's double check that. Yeah, let's double back on that. Let's check that out. Let's make sure about that one. That's something that I don't want to get wrong. So the way we have it right now is that the front and the back are the two that get connected to one another. The front of the Switch and the back of the Switch. The ones across the front and the back. So if I take my probes, like they probed my cousin. He was on his way home after drinking 30 beers at the bar, and the aliens got him. Switchfoot? I don't think so. Vaguely. Triggered a memory of a band I forgot. Oh, it's a band. I feel like I've heard the name. So, all right, two across the back are connected. From the back to the front. Not connected until I push the button. Ow. Until I push the button and then stab myself in the finger with a scope probe. I push the button and it connects. So it is front to back. We got it right. Front to back. That's how that thing is set up. I wonder if some of these other footprints. No, this one's pretty small. I think this is the smaller of them. We could have done SKTD. That one's very similar. I don't know why I chose this one. It just seemed right. This other one is the same thing. This guy right here. It looks a little harder to solder, though. Yeah. No, but stuff like that is definitely worth checking up on, because I don't want to get that wrong. That would be embarrassing. That's a hard one to correct. I would have to rip up traces in order to do that. In order to correct, like if I got it wrong, the way that hooks up, yeah, that would be a hell of a thing. But yeah, that's the button that we just added. That very simple process that involves 600 different steps. Good Lord. It would be nice if that was a little bit more simple in terms of like building your part up and stuff. Like all those associations and things. I could use a bit more of a dumb guy interface for that. I don't like this keep out area, how it does this. Those little pointy things. I think I'm going to live with it, though. I think a lot of the stuff in here, I'm just going to live with. And I think this board is ready to go. I could move that capacitor to be a little bit more centered. Yeah, chew on that. That was such a minor change. But it sent everything into disarray. I've got to update all my stuff. Everything's got to get updated because I scooched the cap forward. I'm wondering if I need to get like a thinner board service on this. I don't know what the cost breakdown of that is, or if I have to, because sometimes you have to pay more because they're not making them as much. Like if fewer people are getting a thinner board, you got to pay more for it. This is a real squiggle line mess, isn't it? A lot of squiggly lines around there. I'm going to live with that. I'm going to live with that and the choices that I've made. Prog button. Press for prog rock. All right, I'm happy with that. Well, welcome to my mistitled stream. Where we don't have anything to do with stuff people sent in. And once again, Groovy doesn't get to see me do anything to the RC cars that he sent in. I'm sorry. Happy. Thank you for following. Saving, updating, taking a look at it. We're taking apart. Yeah, we're taking apart my design. It's all by my design. Update. So it's not like I really, the capacitor is going to sneak over to the side a little bit, and then the button's going to have traces, and that's all that really changed. Yeah, see, there's that trace. It's hiding. Cool. All right, so that's the plan. The man with the plan. That's decently centered, right? Yeah, that looks okay. It's a little weird up in this area. This top part is a little weird and sloppy. I don't know. I don't think I can do much for it. I don't think I have to do much for it, but it is just a little bit sloppy up there. I think everything will work out though. I find it interesting that I chose these parts specifically because I thought I would need to like really like bend around my circuit in order to get them to fit in. They're very, very tiny. They do a good job at what they do. There's probably a version of them that where it's like a combo of 4 and 1. That might have been a better thing for me to put in there. I probably should have put a combo in there because I didn't think I'd have board space. I thought I'd have to like really work it into the design and like put them in weird spots. But it turns out I've got actually quite a bit of room for these things. So those are there, and then their capacitors are underneath. We're viewing through stuff. Get me out of here. Okay, we're in the wheel. Get out of the wheel. Jeez. Yeah, under the board we have a little bit of room still. That's where I put all the big capacitors for the gate drivers. So VCC and ground is going to connect down there. Directly on top of it, I've got the 2 motor connections. So VCC and ground, I believe, will probably loop around the motor connections, and then I'll do something up here with the switch and a like a power plug, so that I'm plugging in and unplugging batteries from that front area, and then I'll have the the soldered wires going back into those without a connector on it. The connector will be just for the battery to plug into something. I wanted to have connectors on this thing, but I couldn't find ones that were low profile and high enough current. So direct connections it is. If I really want to, I could solder down some micro banana plugs, but the micro banana plugs are going to put a lot of stress on the copper cladding of the board. They'll pop off the traces way too easily. So I think what I'm going to do is just wire to board. Just wire to board, and then if I need to like remove it and do stuff with it, I can just get the soldering iron out and just pop it off. So that's the idea. Once we get all that stuff in and built, and I order the circuit board tonight, then what we can do is start playing around with bodies on this thing. The reason that I did this, the reason that I put the circuit board here, and spent all that effort doing that, is that now we've got all this space for a body to go on top of this frame. We've got the longer wheelbase in here. I moved the transmission back to the longer wheelbase position, and so we can pull in 3D models of stuff and see if we can get it to scale to size and if I can alter it properly. So this is getting into stuff that I don't know how to do. I don't know how to do this. Working with Fusion's version of splines or whatever it is, whatever they do, I don't know. They've got some mesh thing that Fusion does, and it's not directly working with a mesh. It's like the Fusion's version of it. Fusion does work with meshes, but this is Fusion's version of meshes. I don't know. I don't know what I'm getting into. It's gonna be scary. But once I figure it out, I'll hopefully be able to do things like fenders and stuff like that, and actually make a legitimate body for this thing for fun, for fun, and that'll hopefully bleed out into other things that I do. Like if I need to make an enclosure for something, I'll be able to make it fully in Fusion, print it out, and then have the physical thing. Whew. All right, so it's only just barely getting to 4 o'clock. I wanted to do other stuff with my day today. I wanted to do, what do you call it? Taking stuff apart, like the title said. But I don't. Should we get into that? I mean, we've got some time. That was by the way, that was all supposed to be a very quick process of finding a button, getting it in there, configuring it. We didn't really, the button thing came out of nowhere. But it is cool that you're able to go to a manufacturer's website and just get the 3-dimensional part. All I had to do was make it not look like a fluorescent piece of garbage. Just change the appearance of some stuff. Man, it's been quiet today. You guys are quiet today. I didn't have much to talk about, I guess. So I've got these RC car things that Groovy sent in that they're not necessarily in great shape. We can see what we can do with them though. I want to take a little assessment of what we got here because these things are hilarious. Little tiny RC cars in various states. I think this is it. There were some instructions and stuff too. Fully in Japanese. This is not gonna help me. Open the door. There's a motor in there. Oh, okay. Hello. That's part of the part that's broken, huh? Oh, look at this. Man, these guys are serious about their RC cars, aren't they? Building component footprints puts nerdy engineers to sleep. Yeah, I see it. I see it. It does indeed. Yeah, everybody's lurking. I'm like background noise for everyone. That's all right though. I'm happy to be that. This is extensive. You would never, ever see something like this have this much instruction in America. They would, the consumer being left to know how to install a new motor, that is ludicrous. That would never happen. Just waiting for the contractor and the electrician. Oh God, I don't envy that. We went through that whole process here. Madness, I say, madness. Wind up and wind down. What is that all about? Why do these have like a timer? It's not like I can get any answers in here. Just spent way too much on a Raspberry Pi CM4 instead of waiting till April 2022. What's April 2022? Yeah, if I can't figure, I don't think I'll be able to figure out what this thing is. What is that, Shorty? Why is there a knob on the back of this thing? Let's take a NiCad battery. What? Oh! Oh! Whoa! This is a hell of a... Jeez. What kind of range does this thing have? That's like a full wave. That is a full goddamn wave antenna. 27 megahertz, right? Now I should be able to calculate this, but I forget what the numbers are. No range at all. Okay, so maybe it's not a full 27 megahertz wave. A full 27 megahertz wave is 11 meters long. What's the frequency on these things? Kenneth, what is the frequency, Kenneth? 27 megahertz. 27, 35, 45, and 57. And I think Groove left in 45, I think he mentioned. 57. Might be the 35. 35 or 57. 57 is going to have a longer wave, right? No, smaller. Five meters. 5 meters. So the antenna is going to be some fraction of 5 meters for it to work ideally. Not sure what the board is. It might be neither. Okay. That's okay. That's crazy, though. I mean, you can go fishing with this thing in the off time. It's hilarious that they don't have any range, and yet they give you such a gigantic antenna. That's really wild. You could hurt somebody with this fucking thing. Wiggle. Welcome to my Wiggler stream, where I just wiggle things. Next week, we'll be wiggling pieces of Mylar, and then hopefully by the end of the month, I'll get my plastic sheets in and we can wiggle some plastic sheets. This week we're wiggling metal. This is an antenna, and I'm pretty happy with the way this one wiggles. This one does a good amount of wiggling. It's fairly predictable. It seems to be filling the space nicely. It's not really making a whole lot of noise, but that, you know, preferentially, some people prefer it to make noise, some don't. But overall, this is a good experience that I'm having wiggling this antenna. Sorry. All right, let's get rid of it. This thing is like knocking into everything around here. It feels spring-loaded too. What a weird little thing. That's so crazy. I've never had like this level of these guys, these little tiny RC cars. This seems to be on another level. Now Groovy has repaired this a little bit too, so we'll have to see what kind of shape this stuff is in, because he just had it lying around, and since I've been doing stuff with RC cars, it fits pretty well to what we're playing around with here. I wonder what I can do with all this stuff. I wonder if we can like put it on a different platen or something like that. Oh, it's got a little clear body. These are cool. I never knew that these existed on this level. Open it up and it's the charging spot. Oh, that's what this is. Neat. So you charge your tiny little RC car on this. That's cool. Oh, here's more instructions and stuff, including the radio. Yes. So we got five transistors on there. Is that 4? Am I blind? 1, 2, 3, 4. No, it's 5. We got 5 transistors. One of them might be the voltage regulator, but the 4 is indicative of an H bridge. I guess you also have to do steering. Do these go in reverse? Do these do forward and reverse? This I do not know. Man, they trust you enough to give you gears and a battery? Like, listen, on the American market, the first thing that anyone does is put this stuff in their mouth and swallow, and then go to the hospital. Especially the battery. This is wild. This is a complete little RC car, isn't it? You sent me a fully complete one. I thought they would just be like broken. I got a full damn little car. Forward, reverse, left, and right. Okay, so I gotta figure out what parts of what do what on that transmitter. Let's try to get this out of here, maybe. Why are you not? What am I breaking? I'm not. Okay, I'm not breaking anything. Look at this little guy. It's adorable. So the electronics have been removed, and there's 2 wires for the steering magnets. Left, right is a 1 wire? It has to be 2 wires. So what I'm seeing here are 2 wires here. Yeah, these 2 absolutely itty-bitty wires to the magnet, I guess, that moves it right and left, moves steering right and left. Yeah, because it springs back into the center position. Oh, 1 wire to each. Yeah. So it's like a coil, and they just forward or reverse bias it, and then that'll push or pull whatever component to where. All right, let's not lose any of the tiny stuff over here. Don't want to lose anything. Get the spur gear and whatnot. That's a big piece of tape. Do that there. Put this here. This stuff is on a completely different scale. It is so much smaller. These are like back in like what 5, 8 years ago. These are like the best. These are so much fun. You just like during the holidays, you know, it's just like a stupid little gift to keep people entertained while hanging out with family. Just race these things around. And then drones came along. I'm using my pick to get these things out. All right, now I don't have a 4-post lift to put this on. Probably need one. All right, cool. These things are awesome. All right, let's see if we can assemble one of these. Do I need to be like entirely in the... Why is my white balance on this? I don't think this camera reconfigured. Hold on, let's Do the arm procedure. Everything's a little brighter today. There we go. Now we're not blasting out everybody's eyes, right? Things were a little bright. So small. Where do they fit the smoke? Yeah, let me try to get myself in here because everything here is on a completely different size scale. So the motor contacts are these two at the back. And I guess those have, yeah, those have actual bars that line them up. Okay. And there's the mark on the motor. Faces upwards. And the motor gets... Is that an extra gear shaft? Is that what's going on here? Is that what I'm seeing? So do I need all of these gears? Looks like I probably do. I'll be able to look it up in just a second. And the back axle snaps in over here. Yeah, it looks like a couple gears, right? So... Okay, my fingers are too large for this project. Was wondering about that camera since coming into stream. Yeah, it got misconfigured, and then now it's better. I don't know. It was doing an okay job for a little while. What is so that goes here with what gear on it? I guess that gets this spur gear, whatever you want to call it. Okay, so I think I can get this running. I don't want to spoil the puzzle. Yeah, fun to watch me try to stumble my way through this. I think I'm getting it. Everything is just so tiny. It's all so tiny. So we got a gear there. It's got that back piece there. Get that together. Put it into my hydraulic press. Good. And then the instructions said that this thing has to face upwards. This is absolutely minuscule. Ah! The gear fell out. Still got it. Still got it. I think they have two. Yeah, it looks like it's the body of the motor and then the body of the motor and then the, what you call it? That one pin on the back. So I guess I probably should have flipped this up because this thing flips down and, ugh, God damn it. This thing flips down to engage the motor. Damn it. No, come back, please. Please, please. What's up, Soul Fister? We're doing less science and more building of a tiny little RC car. This is something that GroovySomething sent this in. Figured I'd have a good time with it, and he's right. Is there nothing for this to grab onto, or do I have to have something installed? Do I have to have this circuit board in here for it to grab on? Probably do. Let's check. Biggest issue is that motor plate and the back tab is super old and brittle. Ugh. That's gonna be trouble. That's gonna be trouble. No, it looks like that holds on to its own thing. Oh, I see. It holds on to its own shaft, much like the rest of us. Wait, there's a... fucking Japan. I'll tell you something. There is this right here. This hole in the back of the controller. Fucking Japan. I'll tell you something. Here, check this out. So this hole in the back of the controller, right there, that is specifically featured in order to seat the gear on the motor. They built that feature into the controller so that you would have something to do precisely the right operation and get that gear right to where it's supposed to be. That is hilarious. That's amazing. They need to bring these things back. Are they not? They don't really do them anymore. I don't know what the hobby, like, so RC cars and stuff like that, I don't know what they're doing currently. Like, I haven't checked up on that hobby in quite some time. The 1/28th scale stuff just came about because of Mario Kart Home Circuit. That's the only reason that I know they exist at all. That's supposed to snap, right? But there's nothing for it to snap to. Oh, because it's missing a tab? Or is it? I think it is. No, it's not missing. Maybe this thing is missing. Maybe you're missing a tab. Maybe you're a tab. Hold on, let me take a look at what this thing is. They've been going for a long time. Yeah, the only reason that I know about any of this stuff is because of Mario Kart. That's what got me back. From what I'm seeing here, that tab is supposed to snap onto something at the back. It's not quite represented in the drawing. Okay, so I don't have to install the gear until afterwards. That's nice. That's nice to be able to do. What is it supposed to snap onto back here? Are they both the same design? Looks like all the way down at the bottom is no, there's not that on this one. Ah, we're missing a contact too for the charger. Okay. Well, we can deal with that. We can deal with that. It goes on the inside. It springs outwards between the chassis and the back loop. Chassis and the back loop. So it snaps all the way to the outside of that? Oh, let me try to get this engaged properly. Yeah, we might deal with some damage. Like way on the outside? Ah, it doesn't seem right. Push the chrome kind of inwards and then down. So that's how it's supposed to be. Oh, okay. All right, there. Yeah, that does it. Okay, so that did properly engage. It just doesn't hold it very... Well, it does, actually. Okay. Yeah, that was weird. Yeah, I know, I was going for the wrong one. I went back on that. I went for the right one. Hold on, let's arm focus here. Make sure everything that I'm doing is in focus. I'm gonna get too into this and not pay attention to anything else. Gotta remember that I'm streaming. All right, gears, wheels, gears, wheels. Gears and wheels and wheels and gears. Yeah, so this is doing the ratio, the gear ratio thing, similar to what the Mario Kart does. There are two different size wheels. I guess the larger ones go on the back, huh? Yeah, they're two different size overall. I'll put rubber on it just for now. Rubber. I don't know what shape the battery is in too. That's an unknown. We'll see if we can get a baseline on this thing, huh? All right, that's all that. Now we are missing a contact in here. So that's not going to really want to charge. I may have to invent a contact for that. Let's see what we're up against with the radio. Got a whip antenna. Got a tuning coil. Got a capacitor. Looks like there's a voltage regulator in there. And then on the other side of the board, we got a bunch of contacts. And they are labeled, so we should be able to figure this out. We should be able to get to the bottom of this. Let's take a look. Put my chassis over there. Put my battery over here. Let's take a look. The battery is less than 5 years old. We'll have to take a look, yeah. All All right, so there should be enough to at least just like get it moving a little bit. All right, so got an epoxy top chip. If you're creating enough of a thing, it can be beneficial to literally just place the chip down directly on top of your board. There's a diode that does not look like it's in good shape. That diode has probably seen better days. It might still function though. It might actually still work. What else do we got? The antenna over there. Got a big capacitor. Some kind of a ceramic capacitor in there. And you got Deep Space Nine. No, D9D. D9D. Those look like the FETs. Should be a couple more of them too. Oh, good. Everything here is labeled. That's nice. Here's part of the steering wire. Steering wires. Whatever that test point is, I don't know if we know. So ground is down there. RL. Forward, backwards, left, right. Why is this all the way over here? Unless that's the connection to the battery. That looks like where your battery would probably connect. That just broke off anyway. Ground, power directly into, yeah, that, and then a Zener diode to regulate. And forward, backwards, left, right, ground. How does forward and backward connect? I think, does it all use wires? It looks like it probably does. I mean, that's where we're at with this. Up there's a coil. And then our negative battery terminal is missing. Dun, dun, dun. Do we have one in this one? This one looks like it's a slightly different... Well, this one still has the top case. Top of the case. Let's take a look here. Hold on. We'll go to a different view. How am I popping that open? Go. Right. Now this one has all the wires and stuff in it. So I guess we could do a little bit of a transfer job, huh? This one still has the full length wires, so that might actually be worth, might have to take apart the steering assembly to get down into this. Or I could just pluck out the part that I need. Jeez. Just pluck the part out, reuse the wires. Yeah, let's open up this steering assembly and see what we can see. I got 4 wires coming out of this thing. Don't make any sense. That don't make no sense. Let's take a look. Yeah, the chassis, yeah, this one, the motor mount is all messed up. It's all messed up. It's a challenge. Cool Skyline, though. You got a little chibi Skyline body. I think I have files for a chibi little Skyline body. I could size it up for this thing. Try to glue the tab back. Yeah. You get into that vicious cycle of trying to fix something with glue, and then it immediately breaks, and then you do it again and again. At least the forces that you're dealing with in these things aren't super duper. It's not like gluing a big RC car, right? Let's see how the steering works in these things. It would be nice to get this thing running. I don't know what I'll be able to cook up with this. What precisely would you say you'd do here, bracket? There we go. All right, so the steering is going to be a little spring puzzle, right? A little spring puzzle with magnets. No springs yet. We do have the 2 coils up front. And that basically just moves this magnet back and forth. Oh, there's the spring. So yeah, we've got a neodymium magnet that looks shredded. What the hell happened to you? Age. Age was a fickle mistress to this mixtrix. The age was a little crazy. The age of this thing is getting to it. We got some damage. A little bit of damage to the magnet. Whatever was covering over the neodymium. If it even is neodymium. I don't think it is neodymium. It does look a little rare earthy. But yeah, it's all coming apart. Probably seen better days. But anyway, what I'm going for is these coils. So these coils over here, those are what does steering, right? So if I can get those out, 2 pins per coil, how are they wired? I mean, there's four wires coming from this thing. Is it that you need to wire in series? Is this supposed to be soldered to itself? Well, certainly not that one. I'm wondering if the coils all work in tandem with one another. Oh, what did I say about people? I don't know the context of. I don't even remember what I said 3 minutes ago. I think these are glued in place, so maybe I can't resurrect them. Yeah, it's 2 wires per coil. Oh no, it looks like I can. Get that out. Cool. All right. So that's one strategy. Although I don't think I need to do that for the other one, but... Oh. Office space. Yes, it's always office space. Yeah, so there's basically a centering pin, and that gives you that little adjustment, your little steering adjustment. That has a spring on it, and a magnet is held between 2 coils. And if you bias, I think it's probably one or the other coil, because it's not like we have positive and negative. I mean, I guess we can bias it forwards and backwards and use both of them, but it will attract the magnet to either one. And then the typical operation is that that spring is just going to keep it in the middle. That's how this thing does steering. It's a 1 or a 0, much like the way some of my friends drive. So the question is, how is that going to hook up? There's a forward, or sorry, a right and a left hookup. It seems like, yeah, look at that. See, it looks like the other part of the coil is connected to itself. So right and left are probably accomplished with sending power in one way versus the other. There's a lot of fiddly wiring stuff for me to get this thing up and running. Assuming that we have the radio for this frequency too. It's either one of these, I'm sure. And then we got our tab for a battery. We don't have a wire down in there. We can get the two motor wires at least from this. Let's do that quick. Let me do that real quick. Let me just stuff all this stuff under the hood. I think there are files for these things on Thingiverse too. I wonder if I can find a new chassis. I don't know if it's worth the effort, but I mean, it is fun. I'll probably find other bodies for this too. All right, so it's simple, right? Just moving the wires over to this motor. Actually, before I do that, let's see if we can get the battery tab in. So this tab should be held down by some of the stuff down there, but it looks like it wasn't quite holding it. All right, let me get tweezers in here so I can actually... Even if nothing can ever be saved from that body, or saved from this, that body can be painted and displayed with a roller. True. Got a British racing green that I could donate to the cause. I bought that paint. It's like a Ford color. That's a British racing green. I'm not much of an airbrusher though. It would be kind of fun to be able to like make it look a little better than just a rattle can. And that's going to hold itself in pretty well. I mean, that's not too bad. The tab should have something under it to kind of hold it in place, but I could use a little UV glue on it. I don't really need to though. It is pretty decently held. Looks like it's going to stay there. if I'm going to be able to get this thing fully wired up again. These are some short wires up here. Possible. Possible. What direction does the battery go in? Not that it really matters. What is all this? What is all this? So, front of the model to the left, minus towards me. Minus. Good thing they didn't mark the poles on this. All right, there we go. Like this. Just trying to figure out how I'm gonna solder in the. Yeah, I gotta get to those motor terminals to solder them in. All right, so I gotta pop this again. See, my challenge with this thing would be to fit all the electronics in here. GTCR34, what? I don't even know what that is. All right, let me get motor terminals on this thing at least. Motor wires. How am I gonna do this? I'll put it against my body. Hold that wire there. Get in there with the soldering iron. I figured it out. Might not be the best mic scenario though. That's one of them. The other one, pretty much just guess on what's forward and what's reverse, huh? Then we gotta see if those motor terminals even make contact. And then I'm out of wire. I've run out of wire. It melted. Yeah, I can smell the plastic from here. My soldering iron trajectory wasn't as good as it could have been. Well, that's going to be a little toasty. It's all right. It's all right. A little toasty. Nothing we can't handle. All right, so the only problem is getting the steering hooked up. I mean, if I keep this over towards the where it goes, maybe I can. Man, the antenna for this thing is huge. Absolutely huge. And I don't have a negative wire for the battery. Let's just take part of this wire and we'll just use it. We'll just reuse it. Get that little curly Q. Got both ends exposed. Let's get some tin on these. Pre-tin it. Pre-tin it. In it. Oh god, it's not soldering at all because it's old. There it goes. old copper. Doesn't like to hold on to solder. That's one wire. Let's get this one exposed. Imagine how much better they can make these with modern stuff. Yeah. You have like digital radio in it. I mean, the thing is, like, probably have a lot of these manufactured, so I don't know. Not if you go out of your way to modernize it, right? I think this sits in there like this. And so the steering wires aren't going to get to where they need to go easily. That's a problem. Well, if I can get it running forwards and backwards, I'll call it enough of a win. I'll call it enough of a win. Because I don't have wire that I can. I mean, I guess I can probably use my wire wrap wire on these. Let's see if we can get this terminal in without totally screwing this up. Where are you guys? Modern manufacturer wouldn't be able to resist the urge to ditch the controller and make it motion controlled. You know, you're right. You're right. They would make it. They would have a cell phone app that you can install. And of course, you have to sign up for an account, which means they get your data. And they can sell it. Yeah, it's too much truth to that. I'm going to skip steering for now. I'm just going to solder back in the stuff because steering is going to be a whole nother animal. I need to add extension wires to it. I think that's going to be not difficult, but it will be fiddly, so I'm not going to subject you guys to that. So positive and negative are on totally opposite sides of the board, huh? Negative being all the way over there, so like this. This is just like an initial, you know, sort of a triage. That's going to want to turn on. I'm going to get the battery out of there. Hold on. Probably shouldn't have the battery in there while I'm soldering it. All right. All right, battery, keep your secrets. There you go. Yeah. What is this, a car for ants? No, it's for uncles. Dum-dum. All right. Don't be fucking jokes. No, yeah, this is... Groovy sent this in. These things... I love this scale of RC car. Everything is just ridiculous and tiny. Tiny, tiny, tiny little RC car. This thing does not want to solder. Hey, come back. No, you stupid. Okay, it's being a big dumb. It's being a big dumb, and everything is like floating around right now, so it's actually kind of hard to work with. There's like leftover wire left in there. Stop moving away. I guess I could lock this stuff down by like taping it to stuff, but eh. I'm not putting a ton of effort into this. I'm just putting enough effort. All right, so forward and backwards. That's these two terminals. Let's get that soldered in, and then I can try to fire it up. 2 AA's for the controller. I can just hook up with leads to those. I don't need to get batteries out. Everything is batteries with this. Battery this, battery that. Don't you know? Power comes from the walls. Just to give you a nice little back area to get the wire into. I don't think I did that on my other circuit board. Give you enough room to like actually solder stuff down. I don't think I did that. Ah, there's a little piece of frayed wire. Yeah, this is in need of a little bit of cleanup, but I didn't give it. So assuming, oops, nope, hold on. Thing is, like, I could probably hook this up with the DOS Micro radio too. It'd be maybe smaller. I mean, the DOS Micro board would certainly power this as well. It'd be like $40 worth of electronics to go into this thing. Why is this fighting me? Hold on, I need a new solder. I need some new solder on this. Don't you fight me. You solder. S-O-D-D-E-R. Solder. There we go. That was so much easier. Okay. Sorry if my hand was blocking everything for that. All right, so yeah. I wonder if you could power this off of like more modern stuff, like the DOS Micro radio. I mean, this is like a freaking 8-channel radio, this thing right here. 8-channel radio. That's a gyroscope. Motor controller was just about the same size as the rest of this stuff. So you could really cram all that stuff in there and actually get this thing running with modern stuff. It's got the groovy curse. No, it's good. It's good, it's good. I got it in. So like this. Oh, I did that backwards. Well, it doesn't matter as long as the power lines up with the power here. Although when I go to charge it, it might be backwards. Hold on. Double check. Double check. Minus towards me. I did it wrong. I hooked it up wrong. I hooked it up backwards. I gotta redo power. Power's the other way around. Duh. Don't you know a thing about power, streamer? What is your problem? All right, I gotta put them on the opposite ends. Would actually be kind of funny to hook this thing up with a DOS Micro setup. Can I even reach that now? Yeah, like that. There we go. I don't know how steering would work. You need something to interpret the servo signal and do the magnet stuff. What if you just install the battery backwards? I would hope that that's what that diode is there for. Well, not a whole lot to show for that. Now what happens if I take, let's say, this one, turn this on, and I give 3 volts to the power supply. The battery might be dead. It might have lost to quiescent current. Might have been lost to that. Not fully, but I mean just discharged over time. What are we at? We're at 4 volts. That should be fine. Which ones are... Those are the ones that connect to one another? Yeah, I can see the loop in there. Okay, so that would be minus here, plus here. It's still off. I don't know how I can hook up the plus any better. I need like dummy batteries. The battery's got to be dead from sitting, yeah. I have to like hold this onto the contact. Okay. Oh, there we go. Yeah, nothing from the, obviously nothing from the RC at the moment. So if I charge it, little charge port, that's adorable that it's got the little charge port. That is adorable. Charging. I gotta hold this right here for a little bit. Hey, what's up, Louie? Dude, that man, I've been ranting and raving about that fucking Game Boy game, man. That thing is awesome. Louie, for those of you that don't know, is making a Game Boy game, which has a whole host of problems of its own in terms of the limitations of the console, quote unquote. But man, he's getting original art made and just doing his thing. It's super cool. Thanks, dude. Hey, I gotta mention it because I'm excited about the project as you are. GroovySomething sent in tiny little RC cars that we're looking at, and I'm just getting it to charge right now. He sent in these tiny little RC cars, and I found out that they have a very long antenna. We had a whole session of wiggling going on, but this is just after we finished. Hey, it works. Hey. I don't have steering on this thing yet, though. I'll have to come up with a fix for steering because those little magnet wires are, they're in bad shape. Shit, I used to have some of these RC. Yeah, man, they're super. This is fun. I don't think I can fit that little camera that Lou had me buy. So I can use my goggles with it. I do have FPV goggles. Where did the camera go? That thing runs hot, this camera. What did I do with it? It's over here. Hold on, I'm just grabbing it. Let's see. This little pervert camera that Louis Louis was like, listen, I'm like a really perverted guy. You should get this camera. And I was like, that's a little weird to say to me out of the blue. And he's like, just go with it. I'm like, okay. These guys. This thing is super tiny. And it's a camera. And it transmits on the FPV frequency of the goggles that I have. This thing gets super duper duper hot, and it runs off of one cell. So there's no chance in hell that I'm going to get it running on this. But, I mean, you know, hey, for the 1/28 scale, that's totally in the cards. I can print out a little mount for this thing, and I can have this with its funky looking hat sitting right about where you would, or I could put it on a boom behind. Super duper duper hot. Very perverted. All right, yeah, but anyway, so this thing, this little camera, I wonder, I could probably, if I was a crazy person, I could probably put this on the chassis. I wouldn't be able to power it for very long anyway. Earlier in the stream, just to go back to why we're doing RC car stuff. Earlier in the stream, I finished up this board. We found a switch from Alps. I have a little Alps kit of switches, and we found a switch. Switches get stitches. We put this switch, we downloaded the model from Alps, and then we put it onto the board, got it through the whole process, start to finish, so that our board now has all the appropriate labels and stuff on it, ready to purchase it. I'm ready to buy the board. I need to buy a couple parts, then I got to assemble this thing, and this will be the motor controller for the 1/28 scale RC car. You can finally actually get that to the right point, right? I use it for tiny whoops, but you could be a creep. The filming, I never expected. When Djibouti Show did the Mariokart home circuit, they had Louis following them around in an FPV drone to get footage of them racing around. And I'm like, that's never going to work. That's totally not doable because of the lack of control that you have over these little drones and how blah, 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 blah. And then here I am like eating crow while watching that stream because they had a perfect like race cam view of the little cars running around. That was so cool. But yeah, that's all thanks to FPV and tiny little cameras now that they have for these things. So it was really, really cool to be able to see that. At some point, I do want to mess around with FPV on the car, but I don't know when I'm going to get around to it. But that was like $30 or something like that. So yeah, I'm ready to order circuit boards for this thing. What's going on over here? Oh, I see. It's on its own cable. Now something's odd. It's not sitting flat. Strange. I'll have to look at this later. I haven't looked at this in a little while. I'm going to make sure all the suspension components are properly sorted out. Many hours of practice. Yeah, that's right. You did a couple streams where you're just flying that thing around indoors. This is like my coping mechanism during the pandemic, is to get back into RC car stuff. If we're going to be locked indoors, I might as well be racing a little tiny RC car around. But yeah, Groovy sent this stuff in. It's super cute. I wonder if we've got any semblance of speed in the battery as it's charged so far. Oh, Jesus, that thing's... Hey, this thing can get out of its own way. Do I prefer DigiKey or SparkFun? SparkFun's more expensive, but they cut through a lot of the crap. So if you're looking to order something for a professional project, you should go through DigiKey. DigiKey even lists SparkFun's stuff. But SparkFun, it's easier when you're looking for something that does the task and how to use it. SparkFun is really helpful for that. Or like a breakout board. I don't have steering. That's stock motor gearing. Well, you can get different gearings for these. And this thing it's pretty zippy for its size. Attach a knife to it and let chat control it. That always goes well around here. But this is what I mean with these little tiny RC cars, is that like even the little motor and battery that you've got for it is like too much for it. And so you have trouble controlling it, which is where all of the stuff that I've done to this one come into play. I don't want it to be as fast as it can be. You could make this thing scream. You could make this thing like an absolute missile, but you don't need to. Anti-roll bars? Oh my God. People are serious with these little things, aren't they? Well, to get steering working, it would be a slightly different animal. I would have to splice some wires onto the magnet wire, which I can do some other time. But yeah, what time is it? Yeah, we still got time. I guess we could try to get steering working. The front white suspension bar, they have a whole kit of different thicknesses. Yo. Oh, I see. Yeah. It's like a rocker bar. Oh, cool. Huh. Well, that's how that works. And it's got just like a big magnet that gets pulled from side to side. Well, that's interesting. All right, let's see here. So if I'm going to do steering on this, I will need to get to this wire. This one and its buddy. This one. These are like the first thing to break, huh? Can I even get solder to that? Too bad I can't charge the battery while I do this. Let's see. Let's see if I can get to these wires to repair them real quick. I could splice in more motor wire. Let's see what we can do. Get the battery out of the way, first of all. I guess I could just, like, plug the battery into the terminals over here. Then again, I have to hold everything together in order to get it to do what it needs to do, so... So this is probably an analog radio. It's more than likely an analog radio with a crystal of a particular value. Is there a crystal on this? I don't see a crystal. Maybe there's a resonator somewhere, but generally there would be a crystal involved with this sort of thing, because all this would be doing is like a frequency modulation or an amplitude modulation. It doesn't seem like amplitude modulation would be the most efficient thing for this. So it's probably a frequency modulation, but that means that you need frequencies. You need something that can shift from frequency to a frequency. And sometimes they just do like pulses. Old radios would, how would they do it? I think it is still amplitude rather. Amplitude. But yeah, you'd put in a different crystal into your radio, and that would put you onto a different frequency that would get fed into the electronics and then shifted in order to give you the differentiating signals of the remote control. Nowadays, though, things can hop around in frequencies. So you can have a digital signal being sent out on multiple different frequencies. And the ordering of those frequencies will depend on a key that your radio and your receiver have. So they'll communicate that key, and that'll give them the order of the frequency hops. That way you can have thousands of devices and very little overlap, almost no overlap. You can have thousands of channels on a small number of frequencies, and as long as they're swapping themselves around properly, you might miss a little bit of a signal every now and then, but generally you'll have everything represented. This one is not a broken one, is it? Where's the one that I was using? Oh, there it is. That's a different one. Who wants to buy one of these in chat? Make sure to immediately open it up and take out the original battery that's leaking all over, ruining the plastic of the chassis. Yeah. Can you even buy batteries for these things? All right, I'm looking for the end of the wire so I can splice it in. There it is. There it is. Yeah, he is. All right, let's see if we can get some solder onto the end of this thing. Those broke from me lifting the board to put in the new battery? Yeah. Yeah, that's, I mean, this is fairly flimsy wire. Oh, I don't even know if forward and reverse were properly set up. I mean, I had a 50-50 chance, right? 50-50 chance. Oh boy, I can't see what I'm doing. We're getting close here. Splicing magnet wire is not my favorite thing to do. Let me tell you. I actually did it. That was unexpected. That's one. Maybe I wanted to leave that a little longer. Oh well. Oh, is that full beard cam? Sorry. I have to like move in to see what I'm doing. Beardy cam. I'm the beard man with the beard cam. Coming to you live. Honestly, like if I had this as a kid, this would be exclusively a tool for smacking the shit out of my friends. Like, I don't think I would ever use that as an actual antenna. I would just be whipping this fucker at people. And then it retracts. Nobody will know. Nobody will know. All right, wire number 2. We do have thermals. Wire number 2. See if we can get steering on this thing. It's like a personal challenge. I don't know if my hair is going to be in the way. I'll try to move you guys like maybe here. Hopefully my whole face doesn't block what we're trying to see. I'm shaking a little too much. Hold on. Yeah, why am I shaking like that? It's odd. All right, see if I can tin the end of this too. This is hair thin wire. Not easy to work with. Don't want to melt the rubber. Just need it to suspend somewhere that I can get a little bit of solder on the end of it. Just a little bit. At some point, chat, at some point I'm going to fix my shit and do a game stream. I don't know when. I got to get all my setup ready for it. I want to do those on the regular more because, you know, content. It'll be fun to do. Maybe prove to other streamers that I could actually play games. What did I boop? Did I boop? Did I boop something? God, getting this thing soldered is so tough. The problem is I don't have three-dimensional vision at this scale. I think maybe I could use the microscope, but maybe you can use that fancy wheel. I know. That thing is heavy. I gotta like plan for it. It'd be nice if I could find like a racing seat. Just make something for the other room. I mean, part of that would also be like maybe having its own dedicated computer, which I'm only just about to get parts for, even though we can't find graphics cards anywhere, right? So I can't get a graphics card. I can't do the trickle down graphics card thing. The GTX 970 FTW that's in this machine could probably do minimalistic racing game kind of stuff, right? So I could maybe make a computer that would function solely for the purposes of that wheel. Maybe. I don't know. I don't want to spend all the money to make like a good gaming computer. It should exclusively be hand-me-downs, but I have the same GTX 970 FTW. Yeah. Yeah, my 1080 is the FTW. The 970, I think it's just a GTX 970. I don't think it's special. But it's a good card. It's still working. Hell, that card's actually making me money right now. Not crypto. Never crypto. It's making me money in that it's sending you guys my stream. My 960 was able to do Dirt Rally perfectly fine. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Yeah, doing like, you know, the simple rally games and stuff like that. That would be cool. But having a dedicated setup also means that I don't have to lug around all that steering wheel. And I could have an adjustable seat. instead of it being my office chair that likes to roll around. That would be a little bit more sensical. Although I feel like the default state of most racing setups is collecting dust. Would be a good workout. Ah, damn it. That didn't take. Is my face in the way? Has my face been out of the way properly? I played Forza Horizon 3, the 970 just barely good enough for the 1080p. Ah, interesting. I don't know. If I could find, like, a decent monitor for it, too. With the rate that my friends go through old computer hardware, I wonder if I could source some better stuff from them. Ask around. I had a friend ask around about whether or not anybody had a home theater setup. We were like, what? Yeah, does anybody happen to be throwing out like a home theater setup? Like, what? What kind of life do you think we're living here? All right, so supposedly we should get steering now. Out of which radio was it? It was this one. And then I need ground. Probably be easier for me to just find batteries for this at this point. Power. Steering. Roll the battery a little bit. Ooh, finger cramp. I think it ran out of power already. Yeah, so we'll have to plug it back in. This thing is very quick to discharge, huh? Where are the contacts? Over here? There you go. Now it's not letting me do anything. Forward, backwards, left and right. None of them work. I guess it needs to charge the battery a little bit until it lets me actually use the systems, right? Bought myself a 27-inch monitor, my first. Ah, welcome to a world of being able to see text. Trying to keep power on this thing. It's tough because I just got one terminal over here. There, try to hold that for a minute or two. It should work as soon as it's on the charger. But we had it working before, now it's not. And it is acknowledging that it's charging. Oh, my power wire slipped off. Herp derp 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 herp herp derp derp derpy herpy derp herp derp 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 herp derp derp. All right, now we're powered. That was a cold solder joint that I had on there before and it slipped off. Okay, so now I should be able to give this thing a little power over here. Okay, 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 okay. All right, okay, okay. It's slipping all over the place. I probably should just get batteries at this point. Just being kind of stubborn and using leads. Using leads. There's a whole world of like story games that I would love to get into. What are you... Why are you not making a connection here? Am I just not holding it right? Probably just not holding it right. Okay, this is... Come on. Come on, you little bastard. Why can't I get a battery connection in here? Hey, Camara. Yeah, the RC cars are getting smaller and smaller. Soon I will become atomic. Yeah, no steering. I guess it didn't make a full connection. Yeah, doesn't look like steering hooked up properly. Darn it! I know, I'm so stubborn that I'm not getting batteries that... Okay, and then it popped off. Yeah, all right, it doesn't look like I made good connection to the steering, I guess. Even though I'm pretty sure that I did. Those are connected. And then presumably those are too. Let me check. The tweezers to make sure the coil's connected to the coil. Ah, no, they're just floating. How the hell is that supposed to work then? I would assume that one of these are connected to each other. Yeah, so that's the break in the connection right there. There's just a break in the connection between the two coils. Enameled wires, I had to scrap mine when fixing the steering wire. Yeah. Yeah, enameled wire is it's a monster. It's really annoying to work with. You can work with it though. It's just a bit more of a struggle. Now, okay, so in order to repair that, I don't know what I can do here. I could try to get solder onto it. Onto both of these. I think I can pinch them and then maybe get solder together. This is difficult. This is very difficult to do. But I think that's the only thing that's keeping this thing from working right now. And the problem is I don't have distance on my side. It looks like these were specifically made to be a certain length, and then they were broken. Oh, come on. Just curl around each other. Yeah, jerks. Come on. So here, okay, here's what I'm dealing with. If you guys can't see. Gotta make custom coils? Maybe. I don't think I'm gonna do that. These two right there, these criminals, I need to connect them to one another. And they're not having it. So I need to like curl them together somehow and then solder them. Go back to the other view because I can't see what I'm doing if you guys are looking through the microscope. Fiddly fiddly stuff. Oh, that didn't work at all. I really just need them to sit next to one another so that I can get the soldering iron in there, and then I can probably work the enamel away with a little bit of flux. Maybe going in from the other side is a little bit easier. I can free up a little bit more wire. Get the whole steering rack out of here. The entirety of the steering rack is away. Yep, and then the whole thing just disintegrates. How's this magnet doing? This one's in much better shape. I thought the magnet was in bad shape. All right, so I'm going to pull these wires to the other side. That does put them right in harm's way, but for this repair to work, I need to do this. Phone just bonked. Why did you bonk? All right, so just like that. Now that I've got them twisted together, I'm going to try to solder them. Whew. This is a pain in the butt. No wonder you wanted to send these in. Yeah, repairing steering I just saw as being a really annoying thing. And, yeah, I was right. Enameled motor wires are just like universally hated. They're just universally hated. I don't think I've ever met anybody who was like, I love enameled motor wires. They're my favorite thing in the world. Nobody that I didn't immediately punch anyway. You just hit them. The heck is that? It's like a big drip of solder or something. I don't really know if these are soldering together. I don't see any like adhesion or any of the solder sticking. Maybe there's a little bit there. The other ones didn't fight me too much, so I don't think this one would be inclined to. I mean, just for now, I guess I'm just gonna kind of like pack that down in there. Hopefully it doesn't get in the way of anything. Then we got this bar with the magnet. Actually, wait, first we have the, whatever they're called. Kingpins? What'd you call these? I don't know. Get those in there. Oh, one of my coils is flying away. Huh, they're just kind of like pressed in. They're not really held in by much. Right, and tweezers will help. That in place, this in place. Presumably this is how it was set up, with two coils connected to one another. And then it's down on top of the whole thing. Ah, did I do that wrong? No. Everything is correct. I'm always right. Oh, here we go. That's right. Okay, cool. So get that all back together. Get a screw on that. Let's see what we got. Hopefully this fixes steering now. Was that hair cam? Sorry. Drag link steering. It's like they made this thing so anyone could work on it until you get to this point. Yeah. Yeah, you can do a lot with this stuff up until a certain point. The enamel wires is cheap. Very cheap, but I guess it's light and effective. Ah, curses. Still no steering. Either I didn't make a good connection or I don't know. Could be a combination of things. It doesn't look like it's charging, which is odd. Ah, no, don't fall away. It's like barely held on by these little tabs. I don't think that battery is charged that quickly. It's had like 10 seconds of charge time. All right, what is this? Come on. running a toy clinic. Oh, there we go. See, now it's charging. But yeah, if I try to steer, nothing. So energy isn't going into the right spots, I guess. Still goes forwards and backwards pretty nicely. But I don't know what the disconnect is here. Oh, the battery's getting warm. Interesting. That's barely perceivable, but I mean, you can see it in thermal. Pretty crazy. Yeah, I don't know what the problem with steering is. It might be that my soldering of that wire didn't go as well as I thought it did. Do we anticipate explosions? I don't know. I'm definitely unplugging the battery. Groovy was smart to have unplugged the battery before sending this. Well, that runs nicely. Huh? But yeah, steering is still broken, and the primary cause is probably that broken connection that's inside of it. So I'd have to open it up again and try to get that soldered. I wasn't actually able to like mechanically brush it in order to get it to open up a little bit. Yeah, there's just no energy going into it, which means it's probably a short midway through, because these are connected just fine. These two connections,
These seem to go very well for what they were. It's got to be that center one. Also, those are like cold soldered on. Those are on R and L. Let's see here. See if I can't. I think I definitely need 2 hands for that, though. That's the problem. Tweezers. I wonder where the board for the golden remote is. In a box or something. Okay, that one, I mean, these seem really well soldered. You know, like some kind of a soldering expert came in and did them, and did such a good job on them that like they belong in a museum. Yeah, that's pretty much what's going on there. So like that's like perfect. That couldn't be done better, even if you tried. So then power on this thing. Really, I should have gotten double A's. Double A's would have been so much easier. I need like dummy double A's that I can like put in stuff. Next question is the battery hot from charging, or is it hot because something else is happening with this circuit? Steering is kaput. Yeah, I just don't get steering with it. We got throttle. No steer. Is it possible instead of being linked together, both of those other wires were supposed to go to ground? That would mean that a bunch of wires go to ground, but yeah, that could also be a possibility. Because then it would be just one positive signal would turn on the coil. They don't evidence they don't show you it anywhere. There are electrical diagrams are not exactly in this manual. This is about as detailed as we get, huh? Put the thing on the thing. Okay, got it. Got it. Well, these are cool toys. It'd be fun to race it around, but yeah, steering is just one of those things. It's a bunch of magnet wires, and that's not really gonna. It's just a struggle. No advice on the on the steering wire hookup. All right, well, that was a little challenge edition right there. Maybe at some point we can take apart the radios, but I think I'm done for the day. This is a cool little Skyline body, though. If I was better at airbrushing. Fun cars. I bought mine in Shanghai. Yeah, man, these things seem like they're a riot. They're what, like 20 bucks? They're not expensive. I'll just go buy one. Try to peek into one of mine. It still works. Yeah, I'll have to look them up. What? This is like 1/64th scale. I want to do a quick Google on this. (1/64 scale). Farm toys. What would it be, like a micro RC car? 1/64-ish Hot Wheels. Yeah, 15 bucks, little man. Put that shit in my hand. If you don't got the dough, you owe me, oh. Oh. Where's the controller? Oh, I see. That's the controller. Weird. Yeah, these things are like, yeah. Super cheap. You can get an Audi. Is that for one? That's probably for one, isn't it? Yeah, it's not a pack of 8. This one comes with cones. That one's a little larger too. Yeah, so these are like 10 bucks. I mean, the purpose of looking at this is to take a look at, you know, what was in these things and try to repair it. Comes with a bottle of NOS. We're doing laughing gas, mommy. Good stuff, good stuff. These are fun toys. I like stuff like this. It is cool that the car actually does have a front suspension, as well as, you know, the steering is realized just with two coils that are pulling on a neodymium magnet. Neodymium magnet. I'm not gonna buy one. I don't think I'm gonna buy one, but they're cheap. Cheap if you're looking for something like that. I need to spend that money on switches. I need to buy some of these things so that the big motor controller has all the right parts. Yeah, they're tunable. That's right, because you can do the gear ratios and you can do that little suspension bar thing. That's cool. That's super crazy. It's fun to geek out about stuff like that, right? If you're going to be making a... yeah, it's not proportional steering. If you're going to be making a little RC car, you might as well go completely overboard and do stuff like modeling the entire thing in CAD, in part to teach yourself CAD. Fast and mildly annoyed. Not really fast. Small and scampery. 4. I don't know. It's all about family or something. Anyway, yeah, I'm done for the day. I've done a lot of engineering today in a bunch of different disciplines. We're going to be back on Tuesday. And by Tuesday, I will not have any of this stuff ready to go. So we're not doing RC cars. We could potentially take apart the radio for this thing and see how it works. That would be fun to do, I think, maybe for a Friday or something. I do want to have something else on Friday. I don't want to just always be doing RC car stuff. We have Burn the Subs 2 coming up. I have to do more stuff with that computer case. That thing is in shit shape right now, so I'm going to have to pull everything apart, put it all back together again. And hopefully finish off that computer case soon. We'll work on that. I don't know if that'll be Tuesday or Thursday. I've got other stuff, I think, don't I? Yeah, we got all kinds of crap that we can do. I got projects that really need to be done. We definitely need to get together that 2-axis setup for Burn the Subs 3. I'm waiting for parts for that one. September 7th, supposedly, is when I get parts. So that's 2 weeks from now. God damn it. I'm at the mercy of suppliers, unfortunately, on that one. We're waiting for a shoulder bolt that's long enough that I can put the pulley, the plastic pulley, in the right position so we can move stuff around with the Granite Devices system, finally. And then from there, we'll have to plan out the rest of the build and what's going to go where. So yeah, we'll have to figure it out. What's that? With the fastest motor and the longest gear, my bit charger goes as fast as I can walk, which in that scale is like 200 miles an hour. Yeah, 3 miles an hour for a regular 1/64th scale. If a normal person walks 3 miles an hour, 3 times 64. Oh, I don't have a star key on this. Yes, I do. There we go. I have the number keys. That's right. It's a tiny keyboard. It's 192 miles an hour. That's insane. All right. Yeah. Let's see. So are we in a situation where we're gonna raid somebody? Everybody's been raiding me this week, and I really appreciate it. Spread the love around. Never mind. Nobody's around. I can raid Ghost. No. Adam's doing TIFF schedules. Everybody else is loud. You probably wouldn't like it. You guys will disperse to wherever you need to go. It's Friday. Everybody should relax. Everybody just relax. Just calm down. Everybody calm down. Could you please just calm down, chat? We're fine. It's Friday. Just calm